What is up, people? What is up? How's it going? It is a snowy, well, actually, it's kind of melted off here, but it's a relatively snowy Wednesday. I know for multiple of you. And we're just chilling. We're just having a good time. We're chilling. We're living one day at a time. I'm having a good day. It's good. It's good to be doing these Wednesday streams. I hope to just keep consistent with that because, you know, even if I'm doing a stream a week, it's like that's a good consistent time to stay at. You know what I mean? It's a good consistent time. We've got everyone here. We've got everyone watching things. Like, it's just fun. We love it. You know? Snow Bunny Sap. That's so funny. Name drop St. Thomas. Yes, it is his feast day today. Happy feast to St. Thomas Aquinas. That's huge. We love St. Thomas Aquinas. I was going to post a really good meme about him later. I'll make sure to do it after the stream, but it's, you know, we want to post some good high quality memes. None of that. I'm going to be honest. I love the Catholic content online and we do a lot of good content, but let's be real. Like sometimes even on X and stuff like that, there's some slop people post, right? It's like the AI videos about like the story of a saint, or it's like, I don't know, these like Facebook memes or whatever. And they're kind of a little wholesome. I'm not going to lie. They're wholesome, but they're kind of a little slop too. You know what I mean? And I want to go for like higher tier content. I want us to like stay at a higher tier. I want us to be focused on making higher tier content. That's where we should be, right? And, if we're not doing that, what are we doing, right? The Goyim are going insane if we're not doing that. If we're not keeping it higher tier, if we're not keeping it higher level, the Goyim are losing it. You know, millions must bow down to the third temple. The Goyim are losing it. No, but I would say the majority of Catholic content's really good. There's just some where it's like I think some content creators kind of rest on their laurels a little too much about being Catholic, and they're like, oh, that automatically makes my content good. And it's like kind of the evangelical type mindset when it comes to music. It's like, oh, well, it's Christian music, so it must be good. And it's like, no, not really, though. Like, music has to actually be good, right? Music has to actually be like solid and something that's enlivening to the soul and thus glorifying God. It can't just be something where it's like you slap the name Christian on it and automatically we're all expected to like it. That's ridiculous. That's a blue participation trophy. That's a blue participation trophy in art, and we're not about that. We're about quality and we're about making beautiful things for God, because that's what it's all about. If we're not making beautiful things for God, we're just wasting time, right? And that's not it. So Sanctified said in chat, type 2 NO memes. Those are S tier. Those are gems. They haven't gone out of style. There's some memes that like never really go out of style just because they're like an intuitive truth. Like I was even like looking up those old like I hate the Antichrist memes with the troll face. Like those have aged like just wine. Those have aged like wine. They're so good, right? I think the penguin meme that's been recently kind of popular, which, you know, I don't like when a lot of right-wing memes go viral because oftentimes they are slop and they're like promoted by the BAP guys to be like, guys, look, isn't this so cool? Vote JD Vance in 2028. But that meme was very good and it felt like its rise was very organic. It didn't feel like we were just kind of being like prompted to like it, kind of like Wife Jack or whatever. And we were just told like, oh, this is what you should consume because you're right-wing and you're on this side. So you should immediately just like this slop content. We're not about that here. We want quality. We want excellence. We want white excellence, which is kind of what this stream is about, because we need to talk. We need to talk. We have a serious problem. And I think you guys know what the problem is. We have a serious problem. The dog shit conspiracy theories have got to stop. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm done. I'm done with the dog shit conspiracy theories. I mean, literally today, you've got Owen Schroyer. You've got Owen Schroyer posting an ice ball being melted on fire. And he's taking that, he's saying, look, the ice doesn't melt. Dumbass, the ice is melting in the video. You can see it putting out the fire because the water that's leaking down onto it. Are you blind? Do I need to get you like corrective glasses or something? I mean, I literally saw it in the video. You can see it right there. You can see it right there. And yet, these are the people that are purporting themselves to be like the outsiders. These are the people that are purporting themselves to be the intelligent vanguards of what's really going on. Candace Owens being like, oh, the ice in my city isn't melting. Probably because it's fucking cold. And that's why it's not melting. Probably because it's cold and that's why it's actually not melting off. That's crazy, right? Snow, Vincent said in chat, snow found in winter. Oh my goodness, guys. Stop the presses. Snow was found in the winter? That's insane. That's crazy. I would have never expected that in like literally a million years. Who are we kidding ourselves? This is just pathetic, dude. This is so bad. Because here's the thing, okay? You've got all these people who they got red pilled yesterday. Because as much as I complain about Candace Owens or Owen or whatever, look, they're doing it for dollars. I get they're just saying these, absolutely inane, retarded things because they're doing it for money, right? It's a great way to make money. It's a great way to make cash. It gets you X engagement and stuff like that. I know what their intention is saying those things. I know what their intention is. There's no surprise there. Mo Gummy said, sorry to interrupt. I'm about to order Domino's for dinner. Y'all want anything? Give me some cheesy breadsticks. That sounds really good. Can you have Ian Carroll deliver them for me? Can you have Ian Carroll quit his conspiracy theory podcast to deliver them for me? Mo, I appreciate it, buddy. Get me some cheesy breadsticks. That's what I'm on right now. And maybe some pepperoni pizza. That goes hard. They're in it for money. So it makes sense that they're going to say kind of the most outlandish shit in the entire world. They're just trying to get engagement. That's it. Right? It's engagement. That's what it is. It's like people saying, oh, post on X the time you had XYZ story or whatever. And, I used to kind of engage with posts like that, but recently I stopped because I'm like, this is just slop, guys. What are we doing? Twitter used to be a place, the thing I used to miss about Twitter, and I don't want the old censorship days back when I say this. Don't get me wrong. I don't want those days back. I do prefer it like how it is now. But when you were a right-wing account on Twitter way back then, and to be fair, I wasn't on Twitter back then, but I knew about this kind of through osmosis, right? I knew about this through kind of the osmosis of what people would repost on Instagram and like various different social media sites, and even people reposting old screenshots from the 2016, 2017, 2018 days, 2019 days. If you were a right-wing account, in order to go viral, there was not a monetary incentive. You couldn't pay to promote your post. It had to be completely organic. Meaning, you had to cook on a post. You had to cook. You had to absolutely really think about what you were posting. And the stuff that people would post was so fucking good as a result. It was phenomenal. I have so many of those posts still saved to my phone, and they're great. Like actual nuggets of wisdom, actual things worth thinking of. You had to be, you were limited on character accounts, so you couldn't be verbose either. You had to make your point succinct. It had to be a slam dunk, or it was going to be irrelevant. And when it was a slam dunk, it was truly something worth reposting and engaging with. Now, that doesn't even matter. That's all out the window. Now you can just basically like post whatever slop you want, engagement farming, engagement slop, and what sells is rage baiting. What sells is just like retarded conspiracy theories that make no sense, right? The ice isn't melting. It must be weather control. No, dumbass, it's winter outside, and that's why ice is not melting. This is basic fucking science. This isn't, 300 IQ, the Rothschilds are controlling weather machines, and that's why the ice isn't melting. It's cold outside. If it's summer and the ice isn't melting, maybe we've got a story there. But guess what? That hasn't happened, and that's never going to happen, okay? And dude, honestly, okay, honestly, compared to the other stuff that Candace has been saying, I could forgive the ICE comment. I really could. I could forgive that so much. But guess what? She's proceeding to say that, oh, in a dream, and look, I'm not even recounting it accurately because I don't care enough to recount it accurately. Candace Owens was in a dream state, and she was using Sumerian tablets that Charlie Kirk found when he was still alive, and he was translating ancient Babylonian technology to be able to time travel. Do you hear yourself? You sound like a South Park skit. This is written like a South Park skit. This is written like some Gen Xer sat down at the writing room of whatever, forsaken Adult Swim show that should have been off on the air like 5 or 10 years ago. Five is generous, 10 years ago. Like when we hit 2013. Thinking about, oh gosh, you know what would really make fun of right-wingers? Okay, what if they believe that Charlie didn't die, or he did, but the reason he did was because it was Sumerian technology, and Cartman finds the Sumerian tablet, and then Charlie Kirk squads up with Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is beyond parody. This is so unbelievably beyond parody. This makes us look asinine and stupid. When we make... Here's the reason why the whole Goyim have gone insane jokes are going popular and going mainstream. You know why those have been popular for the past 3 months? Why everyone's making it? It's because there are people in our ranks that are goys. They are dumb. They are not smart. They are not capable. This is too much for them. This is way too much for them. They can't handle it. Whatever was in their tiny little peanut-sized brain broke the moment they realized, oh, it's not the big corporations running everything. It's this cabal. And rather than just lurking and listening to the guys who, have been in this for a while and have been, kind of listening and had their ear to the ground for a while, and, I read this book, and yeah, it actually turns out the Caligari plan isn't real. That's actually technically false. There are these other plans that are real. That's verified, and we know from this book, this news article or whatever, that one's false, so we're going to avoid talking about that. No. They get red-pilled yesterday. Literally yesterday, literally last year or 2 years ago. They get red-pilled yesterday, and then they want to lecture everybody who's been in this for 5 years. I haven't been making content for 5 years, but I've had my ear to the ground for 5 years, dude. 5 years. And anytime I talk about, and you guys are great on Twitter, there's not even really an issue on Twitter. That's been fine. And it's been fine. It's especially fine on Telegram. Telegram's an echo chamber with your boys. Nobody disagrees with you there. You ban people who disagree with you, right? You pull pot them from the chat. But it is so bad on Instagram. And you guys know my love-hate relationship with the gram. I've complained about it more than enough times, but it is so bad. Literally, your content is about posting about this issue and who's running everything. And you've been consistent that way for what, 4 years? I've been consistent about that for 4 years. Haven't changed a single thing. Haven't sold out. Haven't bought out. I've had people. Well, I shouldn't say I've had people come up to me and be like, "Oh, well, if you just quit that stuff, we'd pay." I haven't had that happen, but there's been that undertone when I've talked to people. There's been that, well, you make good videos on Catholicism, but if you just quieted on this issue, maybe you'd be a little bit more accepted. Long time ago, I said, I don't want your hush money. If that means I'm less popular or whatever, so be it. That's fine. But you're consistent for 4 years. And Chuddy Cheese said in chat, I am Unk. I'm guilty as charged. I'm an old head. I'm Unk. I've been around for a long time. 4 years, haven't changed my opinion, haven't changed my take. I've had the same take since day one. And you literally get guys in the chat, guys in the comment section being like, oh, well, it looks like you took that 7K from AIPAC. Fuck you, dude. You haven't been in this. Where have you been? You were like a fitnessing influence account that 2 years ago, no, that's actually too generous, 1 year ago, was as blue-pilled as everybody else. But you saw one Candace Owens clip, and then suddenly you think you're Mr. Plugged In. You think you've been in this for the entire time. Where do you get off? You have not made the sacrifices that we have made. You have not done the research. You've not sat down and pored over text and pored over old articles and things that have been memory hold, things you have to go on BitChute to watch. You haven't done your homework. So how are you going to come in here and lecture me, who's been in this for 4 years? Oh, sounds like you sold out to AIPAC. What, because I don't worship Candace Owens? Because I don't worship a guy who works for fucking Domino's Pizza? Yeah, sorry. I didn't I didn't bounce on it for the pizza guy, so I guess I'm blue-pilled. Yeah, I'm totally bought out by AIPAC because I didn't bounce on it for the, Domino's Pizza guy. And where did Ian Carroll come from? I didn't even hear about this guy back then. This guy pops out of thin air and thinks he's going to lecture us about the death of Charlie Kirk and not believing asinine conspiracy theories about like Israel killing him and stuff like that. What are you talking about? We've been in this the entire time. We went over the evidence, and all their response is trying to undermine your credibility and saying, oh, well, it looks like you got the trip to Little St. James. You got the 7K. Yeah, and I'm sure your rise has been completely organic. I'm sure you definitely have had no money behind you, no influence, no people trying to prop you up because, oh, wait, that's right. If we keep it to the anti-Zionist issue, that's a good way of diverting people's attention. Yeah, if we keep it to the anti-Zionist issue, that's a great way about not talking about the errors of Judaism. Because, oh, no. Judaism's a wonderful, beautiful religion that definitely doesn't think that everybody is cattle and subhuman and stuff like that. No, the issue is Zionism. That's actually the issue. The issue is Zionism. And then you become this like anti-white third worldist, completely lib-coded, and you nuke your brain so bad that you're trying to say that like the recent stuff with ICE somehow has some connection to Israel. What are you talking about? Where's that connection? Where's the link? I'm not seeing it. And these people have AIPAC jacketed themselves. That's what they've done. They've AIPAC jacketed themselves. Anytime you raise your voice and you're like, yo, this seems not actually the way you said it went down. I don't see the Israeli involvement here. I don't see the Benjamin Netanyahu connection here. There are those connections. There is that power problem. But in this specific instance, I don't see it here. Even if Charlie, towards the end of his life, became more critical of Israel, he was still their top guy. Why does it make sense for Israel to kill their top guy? Run that one by me. He was their top dude, their top guy, their top G. Someone said Tate in chat. Their top G. No bigger supporter than him. And they're going to kill their top supporter? How does that even tactically make sense, even if he was becoming more critical of Israel? It would make more sense for them to want to take out someone who is explicitly critical of their power. Not somebody who's literally writing a book about keeping the Sabbath on Saturday. So even if he was more critical and the rope was starting to slip and stuff like that, I don't necessarily deny that. it optically would be the worst decision for them to take out literally their top guy. Because guess what? This whole issue can't be reduced to just like Israeli conspiracy slop. Okay? Let's be a little for real for a moment. It can't be reduced to that. There is still a section of the country that is anti-Zionist. They don't like Israel. They're not pro-Israel. They're total BDS, boycott Israel, all that stuff. But guess what? They're also anti-white. They also don't like Christians. They also don't like you if you're any kind of right wing, even libertarian. You think when we started talking about Israel, those people just magically disappeared? They just magically went away, poof, into thin air? You've got Jake Shields, who, I'm going to be mean, has probably had his head beaten so many times from his UFC fights, he's half brain dead now. Jake Shields being like, we need to have this alliance with these like left-wing Hassan Piker types. What are you talking about? These people hate us. They hate everything they stand for. Everything we stand for. They've gone out of their way to make clear they do not like us. And guess what? When they talk about Israel, they don't talk about it in a way of like, oh, this is what the Talmud teaches and stuff like that. They talk about it as if it's a European country, as if it's like neo-colonialism. As if it's this like neo-colonial empire that's oppressing the brown people that live there, even though that's not the real narrative. That's the narrative they want to sell you. That's the narrative they want to tell you. And you think we're gonna ally with those people? Really? You think those people are on our side? The people who literally want to destroy, dismantle white Christian civilization because they see it as the cause of all the world's ills? Get out of here. You're a total liar. They're not going to do that. In 100 years, they're not going to do that. They don't have your same interest. Just because they're anti-Israel does not mean they're pro-you. And that's another thing too. That's another thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about. And I'm gonna purity spiral. I'm gonna piety signal. I know normally I complain about those things. In this case, I am. If you are not Catholic, and at the very least, you're not some kind of Christianity, even though that's heretical and schismatic, right? But you're still not some kind of believer in Christ. This issue will always go above your head. Every single time. You will never have a good take on it. You won't. These AF adjacent people, quotations, AF adjacent people, I respect them being adjacent. I mean, it's better to have a friend than an enemy, right? I'm not looking for Jake Shields to be A-logging Nick tomorrow or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But without Christ, without the Catholic Church, these people are always going to have a glass half empty type view of this entire conflict. They will always have a glass half full type view. The entire mosaic isn't made. Work in progress. The entire picture is not painted for them. Because if we remember, as I complained, I think a month ago, around Christmas, over Christmas, of the whole, sports gambling debacle, and how absolutely disgusted I was by that. Because we already, there's not already a lot of money in this scene to begin with. I know a lot of people who are fighting for the truth, who are struggling to make ends meet. And you want to pick their pockets and make them literally indulge in the thing that makes people kill themselves because they lose all their money. Those same people had no qualms scamming their audience. And when they were confronted about it, they didn't even have the gall to say, "Oh, you know what, dude? I didn't consider that. That is kind of fucked up. That is wrong, actually. I shouldn't be promoting sports gambling to my audience. You're right. That is scamming." We're Christians. If someone was legitimately apologetic for doing that, you know what we'd do? We'd be like, "I forgive you. Yeah, you did something wrong. We've all done something wrong. I forgive you." Water under the bridge. No, instead they double down. Instead they double down and they say, "No, actually, it's someone's fault if they lose all their money on gambling." That's like a drug dealer mindset. And don't get me wrong. If you are being dumb and you're losing all your money on gambling, you can't point to anyone and say, "Well, they made me do it." You did it. You need to own up to your sin and your responsibility. But that is like if you were a drug dealer and you said, "Oh, it's not my fault the person OD'd on fent. I'm just selling the drug. It's not my fault the guy's life is ruined and completely destroyed forever. I'm just the drug dealer. What's my responsibility in that?" These guys literally are still okay with all the same degenerate stuff. So I ask the question, why do you really oppose Judaism or Israel, dude? Why? What's the reason for that? What is your rationale for that? They want to give you porn. They want to give you gambling. They want to give you all the life's delights. They want to give you literally the goy's delights, bread and circuses. That's what they want to give you. They want you fat and happy and unbothered. That's what they want for you. They want to give you hedonism. So why oppose them? Why resist it? You've made clear you want hedonism. You've made clear that that's your favorite thing and that's the best thing you want. So why oppose their plan? Why oppose their machination? And they may very well say, "Oh, well, I just want my country to be free. I just want, us to be sovereign and stuff like that." Sovereign for what? Well, guys, we still have OnlyFans models, hanging around and selling porn to, like 16-year-olds. And, we still have like widespread gambling. People are losing all their money. They still can't buy a house or whatever. But hey, at least it's all Americans doing it. At least it's all Americans. No Israeli influence here. We still live in a completely degenerate, gross society. But at least there's no Israeli influence anymore. I mean, at least it's our degeneracy. I don't know. Does that sound good to you guys? Does that sound like something you want to live with? Completely disgusting, bottom of the barrel, human trash type conditions. But at least it's American owned, right? No foreign influence. At least it's American. Does that sound good to you guys? Let me know in chat. Does that sound good? Because to me, it doesn't. No, my fight in this is a little deeper than that. My fight in this is a little deeper than that. It's a little bit more about the foreign influence is bad. Do you know why it's bad? Because it promotes degenerate things that are literally destroying the moral fabric of this country. Because MindGeek is based out of Israel. Because they're taking our money when we don't even have universal health care. We can't afford a house. We're struggling to make ends meet. We're about to experience a horrible market collapse that some have said is going to be on par with 2008, if not worse. And that's why I oppose that influence. I'm not trading one demon for another. I'm not saying, "Oh, I oppose Israeli influence so that we can have American OnlyFans, and we can have American gambling, and we can have American people getting high on American drugs and killing themselves on American alcohol." That's completely degenerate. That is completely degenerate. Low human capital right there. And it's all moneyed interest, all of it. These people do it for money. I don't think they actually believe in this fight. They found something that's easily monetizable. It's very popular right now to be on the whole, hey, did you guys hear about the Federal Reserve and stuff like that? Which, again, a lot of that stuff is true. I want us talking about that. Let me make no mistake. This stream is not to say I want to go back to blue-pilled, nobody knows about who's running everything type existence. That was terrible. That was an awful time. That was a time where you did have to couch everything you said. And the books you read and stuff like that had to be, secret PDFs that you exchanged on Telegram or whatever. Those were the dark ages. I'm not looking to go back to that. I want us to keep moving forward on this track that we've been on. But what I am criticizing is the growing pains, because the growing pains, the groans and murmurs I get from that, are, oh, you don't like Candace Owens and Ian Carroll? Well, you must be bought and paid for. Looks like you got the call. The fuck are you talking about? You got red-pilled yesterday, little bro. You got red-pilled yesterday. From an Instagram reel. I've been in this shit for 5 fucking years. I've served my motherfucking time. I could stop tomorrow and no one would say he didn't serve his time. I've been down in the fucking trenches for 4 years, 4 years heavily involved, 5 years total. So don't fucking lecture me about, oh, you're bought and paid for. Oh, how's that 7K hitting? Good. Your mom gave it to me right after I banged her at her house. Good. Yeah, actually, your mom decided to wire it to me after I banged her at your house. How's that money taste now? Don't fucking get lip with me. I'm so tired of these, they're not even groypers. If they were groypers, they would know to, and I don't mean if they were groypers like, oh, they would respect me. I'm not saying that. Not a general, I'm not anything. I'm a guy who supports AF. But if they were groypers, if they were a part of AF, they would lurk more and they would watch Nick's streams and they would understand what he was saying. They would understand what he was saying, which is, hey, yes, the JQ is a very real question. It is a very real thing that we are dealing with. No doubt about that. We're going to continue to talk about it, just like we've always been. What we're not going to do is pretend that they have some weather controlling, Cobra Kai, or that faction from frickin' G.I. Joe. What is it, like Cobra Kai, right? Some Cobra weather machine making the ice not melt, even though, oh, actually it does. Actually it does. Yeah, people in chat. That wasn't very nice what you said. I'm sorry, but I'm done bullshitting with these people. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit, I let my mouth fly a little bit, but I'm done with the bullshit. I'm done with the dressed up pleasantry. Oh, yes, well, you said I took a check from APAC. Should I take your coat too, sir? No, fuck you, dude. You haven't been in this like we have. It was hard to be a groyper back then. Do you know how fucking difficult it was to be a groyper back then? I remember my freshman year at college, Cobra Commander, thank you. Cobra Kai is Karate Kid. I'm sorry. I should know the references. I don't. That's my bad, bro. That's my bad. But I remember, and I think I've told this story before, but my freshman year of college, I come in and I just want to meet fellow conservatives. I am like really kind of tired of everything I read online about, there were like the campus reform articles and stuff like that about like, someone writes there's two genders, gets, thrown out of school. I was tired of that stuff. So I wanted to make sure that I met in a club with fellow like-minded right-wing people. Roman America sent $5. Thank you, Roman America. Candace fatigue is real. So true, dude. Honestly. So true. Right? Bicep looks like a friendly vampire. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm kind of actually going for that look. I want to lose so much weight that I have that kind of like thin white Duke, David Bowie look. I want that like new wave kind of Europop, like 80s, 90s Europop, like really thin, tall guy, new wave clothing kind of look. That's what I'm going for. So I appreciate that. That means a lot. So I'm wanting to meet, like-minded people. I'm wanting to meet people who we're on the same side. We are all trying to figure out this difficult college situation of just being some kind of right wing and not being like canceled for it. And I show up to the Turning Point USA Club and stuff like that. And dude, I left, I think by like the fourth meeting. It was so fucking bad. I can't even express to you. You guys who are in TP USA right now, be grateful. It really sucked back in 2019. It was so fucking bad. I'm not even going to lie. I was not a Groiper by this point. I didn't even actually know who Nick was originally when I like showed up on campus. It wasn't until we had Will Witt speak at our college that I figured out who he was. And somebody told me who Nick was. But at this point, I was already like right-wing enough that I didn't fit in with like the Ben Shapiro types. I was reading, kind of privately in my time, a lot of Joseph Damast. Damast has played an immeasurable role on like both my spiritual and my political journey, right? I love that. That guy is probably got to be one of my favorite philosophers of all time. And I'm reading a lot of his works, and I'm reading about like the importance of hierarchy, the importance of, there can't be any separation of church and state. Like there has to be a integration of Christianity in every facet of society, including politics. I'm reading Edmund Burke and realizing how like no conservative is as cool as he is nowadays, because that guy would be considered a far right extremist compared to what we have today. So I'm reading all the like classical conservatives, but I'm not seeing a lot of classical conservatism, right? And I walk in, first club meeting, and we're all like introducing ourselves. And the way you introduce yourself is you say like, what's your name and what are your political views, right? So we go around the table and it's already cooked, bro. It's like people being like, hi, my name is Caleb, and I'm just a Republican. I'm a Ronald Reagan Republican. At this point, I'm already over Reagan, so I like roll my eyes, right? Hi, my name's Andrea, and I'm a libertarian. What is this, 2017, right? 2016? Really, we're doing libertarian in the big 2019. By 2019, dude, libertarianism was already dead. You had Lauren Southern already putting out videos about how libertarianism was like cringe and gay and over, right? To her credit. So I'm like, I'm rolling my eyes and I'm like sitting there and they come around to me. And don't get me wrong, I was just getting into politics, so I was a little LARPy. I didn't have everything figured out yet, but I look at them and I'm like, well, I'm a Christian ultranationalist. I'm like, I want to put this nation first. I, want to, put this country first. I want this country to be Christian. I want every single facet of society to be Christian. Christian ultranationalist. I know that sounds kind of LARPy, but I was a young kid, right? I was a freshman in college, so I was still figuring it all out. And they look at me like I got two fucking heads on. They look at me like I just said I was David Duke. Right? And I'm thinking to myself, it's like, am I that crazy? Am I that insane? All I'm saying is that I want a Christian nation. I want a Christian country. I want Christians running everything. And they literally, like, the room goes silent. Like I just said I was a racist or something, right? And I remember one of the girls quip, she's like, well, you can't legislate morality. What are you talking about? That's all the laws are. That's all laws are. All laws are legislating morality. Are you kidding me? That's all the law is. So I'm like, okay, and she was a nice enough gal or whatever. You know, I listen, I was LARPing, but I wasn't a chud. I've always been very social and able to, you know, talk with people, right? So I wasn't a chud about it. I was like, oh, you know, that's an interesting perspective. And I think we actually do have a capacity to legislate for morality because all laws are moral. Yeah, woman moment, seriously, right? And then like the guy, the club like leader or whatever, his name was like Caleb, and he was this like total like fallen away Catholic guy. He's like, I'm Catholic, but I'm like not that Catholic. And, you know, he was like bragging once about how many like likes he got on Tinder or whatever, which I'm like, okay, man, you know, I mean, you know, I've gone on there before. I'm not going to act like I'm better than him for, you know, what it's worth. But like, that's who we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with someone who's like bragging about being a fallen away Catholic and like pulling huzz on Twitter. Tinder, right? That's who we're talking about. So the literal president of the club, like Catholic parentheses, also I'm pulling Tinder huzz. That's how we save America, guys. That's how we save America, is pulling Tinder huzz, pulling shopped Tinder huzz, and yeah, just sowing your wild oats like your Johnny Appleseed. That's crazy. Yeah, MK said it in chat. I'm a gay fake cell, and once I got a lot of beta points. So true. Yeah, I'm a gay fake cell, but I pull pussy, bro. I get pussy. This is who we're dealing with in 2019. And I'm kind of like, okay, man, like, I'll just stick it out. Like, maybe it'll get better. Maybe, and I wanted to like influence people, right? I wanted to like influence people. I wanted to hang out. I wanted to just kind of like, Roman America sent $5. Pine Sap, you're right. Christianity must be fused with politics. There can be no separation of church and state. This is why I went from being a libertarian to being a monarchist. So true. I would encourage you to be open to other systems of government. You don't want to be a monarchist LARPer. And I'm just saying that so we don't get in the kind of kitschy, like, oh, well, we can invite Otto von Poophagen and he can become the king of America. Please don't do that for me, big guy. I love you. And like in a like 360, like above earth kind of view, I agree with you. But we're not going to get like a trad cath monarchy to tomorrow. We can get a, you know, trad cath government for sure. I think that's completely feasible and possible. But like, we don't have a history of monarchism in this country. So I would encourage, like, keep that same sentiment. I'm a monarchist at heart, right? I always will be. That's where my heart is. But try to be a political realist as well. That's very important. You need to be a political realist. Don't fall into the whole, we're going to have a car list. And I'm not saying you're this, Roman America. I really appreciate you, man. But don't be one of those guys who's going to be like, we're going to have a car list government in America. You know, pull the trigger, you know. No, I'm kidding. I'm playing, but I appreciate it, man. God bless you. Here's the thing. I think that for a moment, I'm going to like influence this club and I'm going to make it better and stuff like that. I really had hope, man. I really had hope. And I had great friends in that club. You know, there was this one friend, I went to high school with her, and stuff like that. You know, basically, I'm not like a family friend, but, you know, like an acquaintance, like someone you know from back in the day. And she was really nice, and she was actually based. I mean, she was anti-gay, pro-life, and stuff like that. You know, there were good people in the club, but they were all Catholic. You know, like they were all like actual Catholics who like took their faith seriously. And that wasn't the leadership. The leadership was libertarians and Catholic guy bragging about, you know, fucking pussy on Tinder, right? Great. So we go through these meetings and it's like the same shit over and over and over again. It's literally the same thing every single meeting. It's sitting down, you know, we talk about like policy or whatever. I remember that like Caleb guy had to pull me aside one time. I think it was the third meeting. And he's like, hey man, can I just talk to you for a moment? I was like, sure, what's up? I might be misremembering the exact language, but he said something along those lines. He pulls me aside and he's like, yeah, just this club doesn't really talk about like moral stuff, like moral stuff, like, that's just not really what Turning Point USA is about. And I'm like thinking to myself, what the hell are we doing here? We're not talking about moral, like that's all politics is. All politics is moral. That's all it's ever been. That's all it will ever be. So I'm like, okay, well, what do we talk about? We can talk about like gun rights and like lower taxes and like, make fun of Joe Brandon. Look how stupid he is, right? Joe Biden, kooky Joe Biden, who, oh, look, he forgot the podium was over here. But we can't talk about moral issues. No talking about banning abortion. No talking about fighting against, sodomy and degeneracy. None of that. No talking about, immigration in a serious way. I mean, you can talk about like illegal immigration being bad, but mass migration is heckin' awesome and cool. We want those H-1Bs in this country immediately, right? And I think to myself, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in this club, dude? This is so bad. This is so unbelievably bad. I show up to the fourth meeting, my last meeting, the fourth meeting. And I kid you not, the University of Denver, right, has these like really nice, if you go to the library, there's like this really nice, it's kind of where you like cross Evans to go to this building called Sturm Hall. There's this really nice like glass meeting room. It's awesome. It's like actually good modern architecture. I really do I love the library on campus, always did. There's this like glass meeting center that kind of like borders the street and you can like look out and see like the bridge that like goes across Evans Avenue and stuff like that. It's really good, right? We rent out that meeting room for this TPUSA hangout we're doing. And I kid you not, we're sitting there watching like bumbling Joe Biden clips, right? Bumbling Joe Biden. Oh, look at Joe, and he's stupid and he's retarded, and oh, he's fumbling over the podium and he can't even remember what he's saying and stuff like that. And talking about how stupid it is he wants to ban guns. And I walk out of that room and the first thought in my head is, for fuck's sake, dude, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Are we serious? Are we dead ass right now? This is what we're doing. We can't talk about moral issues. We can't talk about Christianity. We can't talk about being pro-family, pro-God, pro children not being killed. But I guess we can talk about what the Second Amendment, lower taxes, and like making fun of, bumbling Joe Brandon, which, by the way, Joe Biden had more aura than that entire room. Let's be a little for real for a moment. Yeah, bumbling Joe Biden had more aura than that entire room. That is such like low hanging fruit. That's like Donald Trump's most recent shtick. Oh, look, and he doesn't even know where the podium is. You are a fat orange buffoon, bro. You're a fat orange buffoon. You're not even doing mass deportations. Why don't you fix that before you're going to mess with bumbling Joe Biden? He really, do you guys understand? Trump really does use that to just like cope about his own L's. Yes, we know that the Democrats are a garbage fire. They have been since like 2014. So ever since they lost their precious Obama, the cool black guy that entered office, they've been a garbage fire. They rested so hard on their laurels with Obama 08 and thought they were just going to be in power forever and no Republican was ever going to be elected again. that after, one was elected and he was an outsider, they didn't know what to do with themselves. So now all they're doing is doubling down and, trying to appeal to their like Hassan Piker watching base, which they're all like gay, trans, like BPD women, right? It's like BPD women that literally have a mental breakdown, taking 5 steps out of bed. Yeah, we know they're cringe. That what I'm concerned with is not my cringe enemy. I'm concerned with the fact that you're not doing jack shit. You're not doing anything. You're not following up on any campaign promise. You're not the guy I thought you were in 2016. You're not the Constantinian figure for the far right. You're this bumbling oaf of a man who copes about, Pine Sap Secret TV USAI, $10. It cannot be overstated how much lulberts won't make it, especially the atheist ones like Mentis Wave. Let's see here. Like Mentis Wave. They attack socialists / communists for ignoring incentives while they themselves ignore human nature and make an idol out of liberty. So true. So true, brother. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. They really don't get it. I mean, they're so out of it, dude. It's kind of bad. It's not kind of bad. It's really bad, actually. So you hit the nail on the head with that one. I really appreciate it. He's just coping. He's not this Constantinian figure that we all wanted him to be. Because yes, in 2016, he was on his 3rd marriage. He wasn't the most Christian guy in the entire world. We knew that, right? But the reason that we elected him and supported him is we wanted to give a leg for the far right in America. Liberals recognize that. Liberals recognize that it wasn't so much about Trump as much as what was behind him and what was getting him elected. No outside influence, no foreign money, no more, mass immigration, banning Muslims from the United States. Like, all that stuff was awesome. And even if he himself was not the most socially conservative figure, he wasn't going to punch right for people who were. Now it's like he's hanging out with Nicki Minaj and he's, I don't know, like every single speech of him is like, just stroking his ego and being like, I'm so great, look at me. Oh, there's more jobs than ever. But for some reason, all these Gen Z kids with like, literal master's degrees or like double degrees can't seem to get a job at McDonald's, let alone Dunkin' Donuts, right? And so I left that TPUSA meeting and I'm like, is this really the right? We're just sitting here and we're doing the same Ben Shapiro owns SJWs compilations over and over and over. Keep in mind, I wasn't even pro Nick at this time. I wasn't anti Nick either. I just didn't know who he was. Roman America sent $5. We know the left promotes degeneracy, but the right makes the same mistake. I don't want the Don Jr. of conservatism where trannies are okay as long as, let's see here. As long as they're based on the Second Amendment. Yeah, so true. Can we get an Alex Jones check on that? You guys probably forgot that. We'll get into that because I do. I'm not gonna sing H3H3's praises, but I am gonna give him credit where credit's due for cooking iDubbbz, and that ties into Alex Jones. I think for those who are old heads, you remember the lore. Let's just say Alex Jones really likes people like Blair White, and H3H3 covered that on his show a long time ago. Let's just put it that way. It was funny. I remembered that the other day. But anyhow, getting back to the point. I wasn't even a groiper at this point. I just had heard about Nick just the other day. And I was still in that whole uncomfy, I don't want to be anti-Semitic. I don't want to be sexist or whatever kind of, squeamishness, right? It wasn't that I was even attached to that stuff. It was just the social stigma of all that. And, still in that whole Democrats are the real racist type thing, right? We were all in that. We all had that phase. But I already at this point did understand something is wrong. Something's really, really, really wrong here. Okay? Something is kind of going amiss, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing. I'm really not liking what I'm seeing. This whole like Democrats are the real racists and look at Joe Biden and he's bumbling around and all we're going to do is talk about like low taxes and Second Amendment wasn't doing it for me anymore. Because it felt like it wasn't getting to the heart of the issue. I mean, I'm pro Second Amendment. I want good allocation of our tax money. But what's that going to do for us when our country is still dying a spiritual and moral death? Don't get me wrong, love the Second Amendment, love guns, love all that stuff. But guns are not going to save me. Jesus Christ will. Guns didn't redeem me from my sins. Jesus Christ did. So why are we talking about such a surface level issue when the real problem is our country dying the spiritual and moral death? Right? And so that got me thinking. And after I left TPUSA, I started to really delve into the forbidden thought, the don't pass go. That's weird. Why did Russell Kirk, who we talked about on last stream last week, why did he say that neoconservatives say that the capital of America, they might as well think it's Tel Aviv? That's very interesting. I thought they were our greatest ally. Oh, this Pat Buchanan guy. That's strange. Why did he get fired from Ronald Reagan's administration for not completely demonizing the Germans during World War II? That's really weird. That's kind of odd. I don't know. That seems a little excessive, doesn't it? These were the things that I was starting to question. And let's just say the right wing, the Con Inc. right, had zero answers to all of this. Except finger wagging you, being like, that's a little too far, man. That's a little too far. I remember the like Caleb guy or whatever. I think that was his name. I'm still forgetting. But that Caleb guy, I was at his apartment once. He was staying in like the upperclassmen dorms. That's where you like start to rent like actual apartments, and it's like these apartment buildings near campus. And I'm like in his apartment room, dorm or whatever. And I'm with my other friend there, and I make like a joke. It's like an inconsequential, like racist joke, but it's like, I'm not a racist guy. I don't hate anybody, right? And he's like, whoa, man. Whoa. You're really coming out of left field with that one. And we were like going to go to a party or something. There was some kind of event we were going to do. I think it was the Will Witt speech. But like, I say that and he's like freaking out on me like he's the same SJW that we, spent our time making fun of in the library, right? And I'm like, I thought you guys were supposed to be like the free speech absolutists, like, hey, don't get offended, libtard. And he's like tone policing me and being like, yeah, you gotta be careful about making jokes like that, pal. You gotta be careful about who hears that joke. What am I, 5? I'm 19 years old. I had a 3.8 GPA in high school. I ruled my school I didn't rule my school, but I was a smart kid. I was in, Technology Student Association, did really well there. I, got when I graduated, I had like my Eagle Scout cords on and stuff like that. I'm an accomplished kid and you're talking to me like I'm 5. Come on. Really? And so you guys know the rest. I've told this story a million times. I started to read E. Michael Jones' book, hoping I would disprove it. I was disproven. And because of that, I went to kind of an extent where I started watching Nick again. I still saw his clips keep popping up. I remember Political Juice kept name dropping him like every stream. He just would seethe about Nick. It was insane. And I got to the point where I was like, this is the guy. Like, this is the only guy who says it like it is and isn't some bullshit artist, right? Because like when I first like downloaded Telegram and I started to kind of get like deeper into, Instagram wasn't really that based yet or whatever. Some people would make like some kind of offensive jokes or whatever, but it was still very censored. And I was not on Twitter at that point at all. But I go on Telegram and I'm like inundated. It's almost like red pill overdose. It's red pill overdose, right? It's like dudes who are straight up like anything from Patriot Front or like the early vestiges of Patriot Front to, NatSoc pages. And it's like I'm seeing all this stuff for the first time. I never went on 4chan as a kid. I know that's how a lot of people were and where they got started. For me, it was Telegram because I wanted to see more Nick content. I was like, I really like this guy. It's like hard to kind of follow him on most social media platforms. So, I kind of want to learn more, right? And I followed. I mean, it was Nick and Spexo that were the first guys that I ever watched, and the first dudes that like I ever felt like kind of got it. You know what I mean? It's like they were pro-white, but they weren't racial idolaters. They were Catholic and devoutly Catholic, but they didn't treat it as like a side piece like some other right-wing commentators did. It just was like, it was a really good balance. And especially Nick, like, he was the guy who kind of weaved it all together. And the moment it kind of like, it kind of sunk for me, I've talked about this clip and I've been trying to find this clip for the life of me, dude. I've been trying to find this clip for the life of me. It literally was like my aha moment. Roman America sent $5. He said, I didn't start liking Nick until after his debate with Dinesh D'Souza. This is why free speech and open dialogue are important. So true, King. Definitely. Thank you for the 5. But it was this clip of like an old Minecraft sunset. You guys remember how like cozy, like, and Minecraft is still very cozy. I'm not going to be like one of those guys like, I hate Minecraft now. It's stupid. And I remember when it was like 1.2, I'm not trying to be unk here, but old Minecraft had that kind of like, it was Java Minecraft. So it had that kind of fuzzy look to all the textures and blocks. And it had this weird charm to it, right? About being so old. So like OG. And someone took one of the biomes and was like zooming out on the sunset. And it was this clip about Nick talking about what does it mean to be America first? Because he's like, look, this country is Masonic. Its founding was Masonic. Like, a lot of the founders were Freemasons and they were anti-Catholic and all this stuff. So why do we want to save America? And he said in the clip, he's like, we want to save America because as much as there is imperfections in the founding of this country or what have you, there is enough here that is worth fighting for. It's a cradle of European civilization. And it's because we believe in what it can become. I had never heard anyone put it to me that way. Never. The pro-America books I was used to were just glazing the, the founders just were always epic and they never said anything stupid or whatever. And I'm like, really? Like Thomas Jefferson like butchered the Bible, bro. Like that's not epic. Like I like the good stuff that he did, don't get me wrong. And like I respect him on that level, but like bro is like an atheist. And I already knew from like his interactions with the French Revolution that like he and Edmund Burke were like on different sides, especially him and Damast, right? And I was like, I don't like that. I never heard someone put it that way to me. We believe in what it can become. Everything is all there. We believe in what it can become. And when I really thought about it, I remember my great grandfather. One Thanksgiving, we're all together around the table, we're eating and stuff like that, and we say grace beforehand. A very devout Southern Baptist man, fought in World War II in the the Pacific Theater. He was in the Navy. And we're praying, and he says, Lord, save this country, because it's not like what I fought for. And he starts crying. This man who survived World War II, fought in the Pacific Theater, risked everything on the line. His brother was killed in Europe. I guess that'd be my great uncle. And he says, with tears in his eyes, Lord, save this country, because it's not like what I fought for. Do you know what that does to a young man? Do you know what that does to somebody who you're looking back at your lineage and you're looking at 4 generations of my family in the same room? All together in that moment? Yeah, I didn't want to fight for this country to save the Constitution. I didn't want to fight for this country to save the Liberty Bell. As much as those things have merit, and as much as those things have even great elements of goodness, it's the people. The people wanted to make this land. When Nick said in that clip, that connection that I made, it has the capacity to become great. Was he talking about the Constitution? Was he talking about the Liberty Bell? Was he talking about, Mount Rushmore? All those things, great things, right? Those things would be nothing without the people that made them. And I was standing right there in front of a man who gave everything to save the people of this country. Thousands of years, centuries of Western, white, European heritage in this breadbasket of a country we call America. That's what they fought for. It's the people who made this country. And in that clip, I realized that's who he's talking about. He's talking about the people. Yeah, you're right. We're not fighting for Thomas Jefferson's bad political takes. We're not fighting for George Washington's masonry. We're fighting for your grandfather working so that your grandma, or your great-grandfather working so that your grandma could have a better life than he did. Going from being a poor boy in Alabama with no shoes, who's still using gas to heat and light his house, to living in a suburban house in Colorado with heating and electricity. Paying for her to have an education. That's what we're fighting for. Fighting so that all those men, all those people that came before us knew that you were a twinkle in their eye, and that long after they were gone, the fruit of their loins, the very flesh and heart and soul of who they are would be carried on in your eyes, your nose, your face, your hair, your body. You are the physical tapestry. I want you guys to understand this. You are the culmination of hundreds and of thousands of years of people who fought and died so that you would be born one day. You're that culmination. Your DNA is not your own. You are a part of it and it belongs to you, but it is not your own. You are the culmination of thousands of years of ingenuity, of greatness, of looking out to the stars and saying, what can I build and what can I make for my lineage? And you're the product of all that work and all that labor. That's why we're America first. Because if the people of this country don't survive, if the America that is the culmination of hundreds, if not thousands of years of European white civilization does not survive, that's what's truly lost. Not the Constitution, not Jefferson, not Washington. The people. He sold me. The guy Political Juice announced the orientation that Turning Point USA was so scared of and said, oh, no, don't make jokes like that, man. Don't touch that stuff. That stuff's evil and wrong. And yeah, you shouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, actually. I was done playing games. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was free. I felt like I could finally talk about what I cared about, what I loved, not trying to be appealing and have social standing with people. Not trying to be liked. Look, you should be lovable and you should be likable in a real way about the way that you care about other people and you love other people. I've always said that to you guys. Always be that. Don't be a weird freak. But if being liked means that you give up a part of who you are, that tapestry of who you are, that your ancestors fought and died and bled for so that you would be born right here, your faith, which you are everything with and nothing without, don't be liked. It's not worth it. I was always, growing up, man, listen, I was always the nice kid. And that's, I don't like to get into huge psychology stuff all the time, but there are some things that are true with that. And, one thing I'll remember that really stuck out to me was there was this show on Netflix. I think it's still on there with Jonah Hill. And Jonah Hill's talking with this therapist that he goes to or whatever. And it's, kind of a little bit BS. I'm not going to lie. It's you need to get another tattoo or you need to go to a scream room and shatter plates and stuff like that. Don't do that stuff. Come on. Right. But a concept that he talks about from Carl Jung is your shadow. Your shadow follows you around everywhere you go in life. And your shadow is like what you want to escape. Your shadow is what you try to escape. It's everything that you try to not be because you're scared of being that. And everyone has a shadow, man. Every single one of us. It's what we were maybe made fun of when we were a kid. It's what maybe one time when we were young, someone made some hurtful comment and it just stuck with us like glue. It's what we have a hard time letting go of and not being scared of. And Jonah opens up to this guy and he says, he says for him, his shadow is being 13 years old and being, the chubby kid who's made fun of, right? And I understood that was what he struggled with. A lot of people made fun of him, after Super Bad for kind of being a more heavy set guy or whatever. And I could see how that bothered him. And I understood, and that was something that he kind of devoted working himself on, kind of being that way and, trying to become better so that he wasn't that. Anonymous donated $5. Blue collar job site bro checking in. Please don't think we're all like Chud the Builder. I don't. I love you guys. I love actual blue collar white excellence dudes. You guys will always have my love and support. You guys aren't rednecks. You guys aren't hicks. You're real. You're the backbone of this country. We would be nowhere without you guys. So God bless you, bro. That really means a lot to me. Truly, God bless you. I don't know what we would do without our really good blue collar dudes. Jonah's saying all this and he's talking about his shadow. And like I said, I could see that playing out in his life, what the tabloids would write about him. Oh, Jonah Hill loses a bunch of weight or whatever. And how that would bother him. Roman America donated $2. Thank you, brother. Let's see here. Third world immigrants like America because of their consumerist economics, not their heritage or culture. Not because of baseball and apple pie, but because of Starbucks and mass-produced couches with stripes and polka dots. So true, dude. That's you hit the nail on the head, honestly. But I started to think, and I was like, what's my shadow? What's my shadow? That is a rhetorical question. I know exactly what it was. I'm 13 years old and I'm in gym class and I've got this waffle weave shirt on from the Gap. And it's kind of funny. We can laugh, right? I've got this waffle weave long sleeve shirt from the Gap on. I've got those kind of polyester sweatpants, that you wear as a kid or whatever. And I'm playing dodgeball and I remember I just stop. I stop for a moment. And I'm not throwing the ball anymore. I'm kind of off to the side or whatever. And I just stop and I think to myself, I'm seen as the nice dorky kid. Oh, Connor's so nice. He's such a nice kid, but he's not anything else. Yeah, dude, he's nice. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's not anything else. He's not thoughtful. He's not intelligent. He's not creative. He's forgetful. He's forgettable. You can just write him off in your mind. Nice guy, generic guy, default character in a video game. And write him off. And I think at that age that stuck out to me because I was no longer a kid. I was 13, you're still kind of a kid, don't get me wrong, but I was no longer a kid in the sense where, when you're a kid, the clothing I was wearing and my persona or what have you, it's when you're that age and you're 10 or 11 or whatever, it's you can be goofy, you can be a little, everybody is, and it's cute and it's nice and it's part of the innocence of being a child, right? But you reach this point when you're in middle school where the reality of kind of adult life for the very first time starts to set in on you. And it's you're liking girls for the first time. You're seeing kids smoke cigarettes after school and getting drunk and, stealing alcohol from their parents. And the reality of life, the lack of innocence sets in. And what sets in with that is an insecurity. You want to be cool. You don't want to be reduced. You want to be an enigma. You want to be somebody who people look at and there's sort of an aura about you that makes them hang on just a little longer. And no one ever bullied me. I was never bullied really my entire life. I had I think 1 week my entire life, and ironically it was also middle school, where some kids tried to give me shit for something. I think it was playing Dungeons and Dragons, but it lasted a week, let it go, and it was fine. Just chill. No one ever made fun of me, but I think what bothered me about that shadow, or what bothered me about being the nice guy, is the nice guy was agreeable to everybody, But the nice guy doesn't make an impact. The nice guy is acceptable to everybody. He's offensive to nobody's palate, nobody's sense of flavor when it comes to who they hang out with. But when people think of you, they don't love or hate you. They don't despise you. But they're not also crazy about you either. You're just there. I felt in some ways invisible. And it's why in high school I went hard against the nice guy thing to a point where it was unhealthy. In high school, I wanted to be mean. I wanted to destroy everything. I was so angry. I was so angry. I was angry I felt like I was angry at everyone and everything because I was angry at myself. I hated myself so much that I wanted to lash out at everything. I wanted to just tear apart everything. I got into punk rock because it was angry. It was about breaking your teeth and getting in fights with the cops and, people hating you and you hate them and you don't owe the world anything because it never gave you anything. I so much wanted to strip the persona that I had of myself, and I wanted to have this radical reaction against it. I wanted to be feared. I didn't want to be liked anymore. Being liked meant I was corny and I was stupid and I was this putz, basically, right? This dork. I didn't want to be a dork. I wanted to be the kid when, you saw him pass down the hallway, you were a little intimidated, right? And I was so angry and so frustrated because there was all this hurt inside of me, and I just wanted people to know who I was. I wanted my friends to know that, like, when I thought of them, I would give my life to protect them. I wanted people to know that I did have an artistic side. I wanted people to know that there was poetry in my soul, that there was something more that I could offer than just being a nice face in a crowd. And it felt like none of that was being made apparent. And so as sort of a desperate raging against the light, I tried to be something that I was not. This angry, edgy sort of teen bad guy, right? I wanted to be the bad guy. I wanted to be the punk. The kid that doesn't take any shit. He didn't offer me anything. It was like a Roman candle burning so bright and yet burning out. And I realized, I still have this book on my shelf. There's this book called American Hardcore. Really, really, really good book, actually. It's about the punk scene in America, the 1980s hardcore punk scene in, the continental United States, right? All these different bands and stuff like that. And that book I held on me like it was like it was the scriptures, right? I carried it with me everywhere I went. Any trip I went on, it was with me. I read it all the time. And I remember that what I kept reading in that book was this guy from this band overdosed on heroin. He got his teeth punched out and now needs to drink through a tube for the rest of his life, right? This guy died because he got in a knife fight after a show. This dude is old and addicted to meth and living under a bridge, and he actually died last year and nobody even knew that he passed away. He was just found dead randomly. And I knew that if I continued on that cycle of hateful self-destruction, that was going to be me one day. Stateless sent $10. God bless you, brother. We are proud of you and we love you. I love you guys too. I'm very proud of you. And this isn't some sob story. This ties into everything. I knew that I was going to be that path to self-destruction. Maybe I wouldn't do drugs, but I had a temper in me. I knew I would get violent. I knew I would get violent. I knew I would be looking for trouble. I knew like I would have something to prove. Because I wanted to prove something to myself. I wasn't invisible. I was a person. And I was more than just being nice or forgettable. And the real way that I found myself, the real way that I understood that my anger and my hate and everything that I felt, made any sense or whatever, or didn't define who I was finding myself in Christ. I saw all the, all these people who were so like well liked, and don't get me wrong, like this whole story, it's not that I was hated. It's not that I was never invited to parties or anything like that. I went to parties. I had a very good social life. It wasn't even that, but it was almost like I wanted more. You know what I mean? It's like I didn't want to just be the guy that hung around everywhere. That's how I felt like I was at the time. It felt like I was the guy who, it's like, yeah, I was invited to the party or I was invited to the hangout or whatever, but like, I would be written off as like a background character in someone else's story. I would be written off as sort of a side character, right? Yeah, I'm always there, but like, I'm not making a dent. I'm not making an impact. You've got one line in the show, buddy. Just say it and you're good. That's how I felt. And, Jesus comes along and he tells us, I always love you and I always have a place for you and you're somebody who's special to me. And you don't need to be seen by everybody. You don't need to be a rock star. You don't need to be popular. You don't need to be liked. You don't need to be, top of your class and everything. You don't need to be, school president or invited to all the cool kids parties or, the strongest kid on the football team or the most suave kid or the kid who's like really good at guitar. You don't have to be any of that stuff because you always have me. You always have my love. And my love's not going to depart because it's not based on a popularity contest. I love that football player, that kid in a band, that kid in the drama club. I love every single one of them, and I love you. And I don't love you guys because I love what you can do for me. I don't love you because I think that you can offer me something with your popularity. I love you because I know who you really are. I know what you think and feel. I know those things that you want to tell other people just how much you matter to them. Maybe you're scared to, or maybe you don't feel like you have the words to say it, but I know. It's like I felt like all my hate and anger just give way. I felt all of my hate and anger just give way. I felt everything that I had hated about myself and everything that I loathed about myself and everything that I resented about who I was just kind of fell away. Even if I was invisible to everyone else, I wasn't invisible to him. Even if nobody else knew who Connor was, Jesus knew who Connor was. Because Jesus knows who you are. And he doesn't know who you are because you're the most popular kid in your class or you're the valedictorian. Maybe you are. Maybe you are those things. Maybe you were kicking it. You're the top in everything that you do. But he doesn't love you any more or any less because of those things. He loves you because he knows who you really are. And your identity is in him. And so all that hate and all that anger and all those things that like really hurt, that shadow that followed me around, that 13-year-old kid, whose voice went from, my voice when I was a kid used to be high pitched to like low down, right? Like this now. High pitched to low voice, unsure of himself, just wanting to be loved. Just wanting to be loved by everybody. I finally felt that love. And I wanted every single person to know just how much they mattered too. And so I think when I saw that like Jonah Hill episode, that documentary, I really reflected on what that shadow had played in my life, right? And the role that it played. And don't get me wrong, there's days where I still try to escape it. I still try to be cool or popular or be known for other things, or not just be known as nice or what have you. You know, that's always something that maybe on some level you struggle with. But the reason I brought all this up, this long story, is because to be hated for the sake of Christ means he is so proud of you. He is so proud of you when you were hated for his name. You know, before I said this story, I started with, it's not about being liked. You should be lovable and likable in the way of you being a good human being. You know, you genuinely listening to other people. You genuinely taking the time to go out of your way to care about other people. In that way, you should be likable. But if you think that this life is a popularity contest, if you think it's all about, you know, I need to be a certain way or I won't be loved. I need to dress a certain way or act a certain way or get my bread up or have, you know, just rippling muscles upon rippling muscles or any of that stuff to be liked or to be loved. You're dead wrong. He already loves you. And it's not a popularity contest, and it's not something that you have to prove yourself to him. You already have his love. That's all you need. I promise you, dude, he will put people in your life that care about you. He will put people in your life that love you and care about you and reflect rays of his love. I had after, you know, everything went down in the summer. I don't want to keep talking about that. That's so old. That's old hat, right? But I want to relate something. You know, after everything went down in the summer, right? We all know what went down. I'm not going to get into it or say who it was or anything like that, but I am going to mention this because I think it's pertinent. My best fucking friend. No, pause. Wait, no, not that way. No, I'm kidding. My best friend, right? Guy who I thought I would have behind my back, you know, on my side for the rest of my life, totally betrayed me. Threw me under the bus. You know, he didn't want to have anything to do with me when everything went down, which I understood the distance originally, right? Just for safety and all that kind of concern. But then after wanted to come, after not talking to me at all, then wanted to come back and be secret friends. Oh, we can be secret friends. Yeah, we can like hang out, and have it be like a secret thing. No, I'm not doing that. You're either my friend or you're not. Want to be secret friends. No. That's not how I do friendship. You're either my friend full time or you're not. He betrayed me. And I had gone through, I felt like I went through war with this kid. I mean, I knew him from my freshman year of college, which now that's almost 7 fucking years ago, dude. 2026. I entered college in 2019. That's basically 7 years ago, basically 6 years ago. I knew him for about 6 years, right? We went through comp sci together. We went through all that stuff together. It was great. Experienced COVID when the, school was locked down and stuff like that. We was one of the only guys I could hang out with at that time. I saw him become Catholic. I saw him 6'7". Sorry, I didn't realize I said 6. That was not even, I wasn't even trying to go for that, but I realized I said 6'7". We got to leave that in 25. I had gone through everything with this kid, right? I saw him become Catholic. Literally give his heart to God. And by the grace of God, still sounds like he's going down that path. Blessed be God. That's great. Had all these experiences with him, the highs and lows of life. You know what it is, right? He saw me at my best. He saw me at my worst. As a friend does. Only for all of that to be thrown away. And I honestly, that was one of the hardest experiences of my entire life, was being that stabbed in the back. Being that betrayed. But as that friendship came to an end, as that chapter of my life, having this guy as my friend, came to an end, and I wish him well. I have no resentment towards him. I wish nothing but the absolute best for him. He is a good guy at his heart. I still believe that, but it just didn't work out. When I needed him most, he wasn't there, and I think, with all due respect, that kind of told me everything that I needed to know. I made so many more friends. In the wake of Charlie, dude, oh my goodness, you didn't need to give 100. Oh my, bro. You didn't need to give, dude, you're like getting married and stuff like that. You don't need to, dude, oh my goodness. This guy glossing over here. No, I'm kidding. He's not glossing. Stateless, I really appreciate it, brother. God bless. Let me see what you said here. Stateless sent $198. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Friends in Peccatore are no friends at all. I know how it feels. Pine Sap is my public friend till I die, and may the Goy fatigue be remedied by my contributions. Amen, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That does mean a lot to me, man. I wasn't trying to give you crap. I was just playing around. But you're my friend too, Stateless. I got your back. It's Army of Two till we die, man. That's what it's all about. It's always going to be Army of Two. Me and you guys, it's always going to be Army of Two. I've always said this to you guys, and I will say this again. Even if I didn't have the show, even if we didn't have the content or the Instagram page or anything like that, I would still always love and value you guys for the role that you've played in my life. You have no idea. This has been, over the past 4 years, a consistent joy in my life. indescribable. And I literally, every single time I get to do one of these streams or whatever, like it just feels like I'm right where I need to be, just talking to you guys and being with you guys. So I really appreciate that. You have no idea. I met so many people in the wake of Charlie's death when I formed the CCC, the Colorado Conservative Coalition. Because to be honest, I saw other people taking initiative, and even people that I don't fully agree with and stuff like that. I know one of them was Hermes. You know, I don't really fully agree with his politics or what have you. He's not necessarily a bad guy. I think he's a good guy, but, you know, kind of more Wignat thing. I'm not really into that, but, you know, I think he's a good guy at his heart. I saw him, you know, and a couple other people in their states saying like, hey, you know, if you live in this state, reach out to me. I just want to know that we have each other's backs. You know, we're not alone. And that gave me the idea. I was like, you know, I got to do the same here, man. I mean, Colorado, it's like, fuck, dude. Like, I mean, you meet people who agree with you, but it's like in hushed tones, right? It's not like going to Florida where it's like, you could probably meet like a far right person just on the street. It's like, it's in hushed tones. It's in, you know, little conversations you have with friends you already know and, you know, their mutual friends. And maybe if you go to a certain parish, you might meet a, you know, a guy who's also part of the young adult club who he's like, yo, you know, who's like really running everything, right? The Irish. No, I'm kidding. But that's how it has felt for so long in the state. You know, you do meet people who agree with our politics and our worldview, but it's like in very hushed tones and it's very like spread apart, you know, spread out all over the state. Like some guy that it's like you hang out one time and then you don't see him for like a year. And I really thought to myself, I'm like, this has got to fucking change, man. I love this state. This is my home. I grew up here. I'm never going to move away. I thought I wanted to move away and I was like, you know what? No, fuck that. Like even if the state's burning to the fucking ground, I'm staying here. This is my home. This is where God put me. I need to stay here at all costs. And I realized that it's like the only way we're going to survive what's coming. The only way we're going, and I don't mean that like in a, you know, Fed post, we're to survive what's coming. No, I don't mean it that way. But I mean like the only way to survive the persecution, the only way to be in each other's lives in an ostensible way that's not just on the internet and reposting things on, you know, Twitter and, you know, saying things with, you know, in Telegram group chats or whatever, is if we are playing an integral role in each other's lives, if we're really a community, if we're really a group of guys that say, bro, you need a job, I got your back. You know, we're working on this project together, come help out. We have a Bible study together. We're going to hang out at this place or that place. Come hang out. Come be with your brothers. And the friends that I have made through that are people that I literally would give my life for. They're people that I never thought that the just inner goodness of what God does in our heart could bleed forth so much like with these guys. I literally would take a bullet for any of these dudes. Any of them. I lost a friend. I lost someone who I thought had my back. And I made 60 new friends who I would do anything to protect. God puts people in your life that radiate his love. God puts people in your life that are a sign that he is with you. When you feel like you lose everything, when you feel like you lose literally everything, God comes in and he says, I'm with you. And these people, these brothers that I've put in your life are there for you too. That is so powerful, man. That is so unbelievably powerful. The fact that you could go from feeling like you didn't have anyone, like you were all alone, like you were just on this this island. You know, John, I believe it's John Bunyan who says no man is an island, right? You instead realize that you have a legion of people who love you and would do anything for you right behind you. All you have to do, did I say 6'7" again? For fuck's sake, man. Oh my goodness. That's the second time tonight. I'm not even trying to do it. My brain is so cooked from the TikTok and the algorithms that it just comes out, bro. I'll try to lock in. We're putting that is an old meme. That is a dead meme. We're putting that back in 2025. It's 2026. This is the year of the MOG. This is the year of doubling down and being a real human being, being a mogger, being a Chad. I'm going to read these super chats real quick. $3, longtime lurker here. You and Spexo's streams were an aid in my conversion. I will be forever grateful to you guys. Well, thank you, Anonymous. And God bless you, man. I really appreciate that. Any role that we played in your lives, in your life has been an incredible gift. And I really appreciate that, dude. You have no idea. It's messages like that make this all worth it. You know what I mean? So I really appreciate that, brother. God bless you for that. Thank you so much. Anonymous sent 67. Oh, that's where the 6-7 came from. My goodness, $67. Thank you, Wagner, Hassan, and all Scholastic regulars for opening me up to AF. I was a Pine Sap hater at first, but only love now. Well, I love you too, Anonymous. Thank you so much, bro. God bless you. That's so funny. So I didn't say 6-7. It was $67. That's funny. I love you guys for that. That's you honestly got me with that one. I was so like, I was like trying to like think about like the point I was making that it just like whoosh, totally over my head. So God puts those people. Oh my goodness, dang! You guys are just. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is that what we need? Do you need a video of me? You know, I clasp my arms and I put it between my legs and I'm bouncing. I'm just bouncing on it, saying thank you. Maybe I need to make that video. I don't know. Maybe that'll go on my Only Saps. Maybe I'll put it on there. No, I'm kidding. I'm just playing. We got to be, listen, if we're not homo thugging it a little bit, is it really a Pine Sap stream? I don't think it's a Pine Sap stream if we're not doing a little bit of homo thug shaker aura out there. If we're not casting that energy out, I don't think it's a Pine stream. I'm just saying. Roman America sent $8. Pine Sap, forever grateful to meet you at AmFest and spend time with you. A friend of mine here at home didn't like the idea of me hanging out with you, but I actually got to know the real you. I have many friends, but I consider you one. Well, Roman America, I consider you one too, man. God bless you. And it was great hanging out with you, bro. We had such a good time. I mean, that R&R party was so much fun. We went to the Republicans for National Renewal party. That was like really, really fun. It was like all our guys there. And then after, I remember, I think it was the Hilton we kept hanging out at, but they had the best lobby of any hotel I've ever seen. Phoenix, if you guys can ever go, Phoenix is actually a really nice city. I love Phoenix. A lot of people were complaining about like the homeless or whatever, but I was like, it's not worse than Denver. Like Denver homeless is like bad. And like, God bless them. They're suffering a lot. They're not like mean people or anything like that, but like, I've seen guys get into like fights when I was driving like downtown and stuff like that. I remember I was driving to like Knights of Columbus Hall near the Basilica one time, and literally it was like bum fights or something. Like it literally was like one guy just fucking smacking the face of another. And I'm like, this is horrible, dude. This is like South Africa. I was in a McDonald's one time getting an order near Capitol Hill. It was the one in Cap Hill. And a guy OD'd on Fent in the McDonald's while I'm getting my order. Like literally passed out and people are trying to revive him. It was like being in freaking Baltimore or something. And I'm like here in Phoenix and it's like the homeless people are nice and they're not like ODing or anything like that. At most they're just like asking for $1 or whatever, which that's not really a big deal. So it was great, man. I had such a good time hanging out with you and all the gang. That was incredible. PineSap, have you reached out to Matt Poole about the collab yet? No, I need to do that, dude. Definitely. I'll try texting him about that. That would be super. Yeah, I want to see if I can collab with Matt Poole. Apparently someone reached out to Basil for me already. I was planning on reaching out to Basil about doing a collab because I love that guy. He is awesome. Like, literally, like, just I've never seen someone like get it so consistently right on sort of the like culture of like what's going on in politics, especially on Twitter. But that guy hits the ball out of the park, bro. Like, I really appreciate his commentary and stuff like that. I think me and him would become fast friends too. So like, I really want to hang out with him and like do a collab. He seems like a really cool and genuine dude. I love how he's no bullshit, like no nonsense. He just says it like it is and is just himself. That's very hard to do. And then, bro, you know what we got to do? I don't want to full send it yet. I wanted to say that I wanted to get some content going before we did the collab, but you guys, I think, know who I'm talking about. We need to collab with Big Marsh himself, Dr. Taylor Marshall. Me and Dr. Taylor Marshall are literally homies now. We are actually good friends. I really love and appreciate that guy. He is the GOAT. He is awesome. I love Dr. Taylor Marshall. He's such a good dude, and I think a collab would be earth-shattering. Because, I mean, if you guys remember the old days, like, you know, me and Spexo were like, oh, you know, Dr. Taylor Marshall, this guy, I don't know about this guy, and he's a schismatic, and it's like, he's just the GOAT. He won, dude. He is the GOAT. He is awesome. He is a great guy. He's brought so many souls to Christ and so many souls to the Catholic Church. I've always been, you know, even in the days when I was kind of like hating and stuff like that, like, he's always had an incredible level of integrity. And I mean, the fact that he helped like Bree when, you know, she was converting and stuff like that, you know, go away from such a horrible lifestyle to becoming like this model of female Catholic piety and stuff like that. It's like, you know, Jesus tells us like judge a tree by its fruits. And I look at Dr. Taylor Marshall, I'm like, that guy's awesome. Like he's played such an integral role in so many people's lives. And I love how he's represented the faith in so many mainstream spheres too, right? You know, being on the Patrick Bet-David podcast, being on these like higher level, you know, podcasts and shows, just defending the faith. And, you know, he's also had integrity on the JQ, which is something that is not very common for Catholic influencers, sadly. I mean, a lot of them, Matt Frad, let's be real, are bought and paid for, right? They're completely bought and paid for, totally paid out by the Jews, not him. He didn't take the dirty money. He didn't take the call. And for someone who has built up such a massive platform to not give in like that. Oh, it's the bird clock. I have a bird clock that my great grandpa on my dad's side gave me after he passed away. And it was in his retirement home. And when I was a little boy, and I would have I either had my like Leapfrog. Do you guys remember the Leapfrog like game console thing where you'd play like educational games? So they were honestly kind of goated. I had that, or I had my Nintendo DS, and I would hear that bird clock go off every single time it struck on the hour. It's 4 minutes off. It's like 5:56 here. So it should be going off at 6, but if you guys ever hear a bird in the background, that's what's going off. But yeah, Taylor Marshall, dude, he won. I love that guy. So I think honestly, a collab with him would be earth-shattering. I think it would be monumental. You know, we used to in the past have that whole saying of unite the clans. This would be like a Thanos, like all the Infinity Stones are in the gauntlet type unity. Like not even unite the clans. Like this is like earth-shattering. Like we've just shattered the internet. We've just shattered the Catholic internet type unity. So I'm looking forward to that. If he's not down for that too, that's okay. I'm always going to be his friend, right? Again, as we always say, it's not about the content, it's about friendship, but that would be so sick, honestly. I think that'd be really, really awesome. ABC Mouse. What's ABC Mouse and Star? Oh, wait, I think I know this, dude. ABC Mouse? Oh, dude, hell yeah, totally. I totally remember this. Yeah, Starfall Education. I don't think I ever played ABC Mouse, but do you guys remember? I think it was like on Cartoon Network or whatever. They always had the commercials for it. Let me make sure they're right. Okay, yeah. Starfall and ABC Mouse, bro. I remember this. Especially ABC Mouse. I remember ABC Mouse back in the day, the old commercials. Let's actually see. Hold on. Let me see real quick if we can pull up an old ABC Mouse commercial. Just for old time's sake. In this video, bro, why are they doing W. Epstein, W. Feinstein, W. Dr. Taylor Marshall, Antonius, Big Steen, bro, $15. That's crazy. Yeah, that quarter zip goes hard, bro. I'm just saying that quarter zip does go hard. No, but we're kidding around, you know. That's the other thing too. Like I was making a joke about that the other day, and literally some guy was like, "PineSap supports what Epstein did." No, you fucking idiot. It's a joke, bro. Learn to take a joke, right? Like I literally posted that like I edit that's like ironic of him and stuff like that. It's like him and, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever. And it's a joke. It's like the guy was disgusting and stuff like that. But it's like you see him riding on private jets and all that stuff. And it's like that stuff in of itself has like drip. So that's the whole joke of it, right? It's like the irony of like he was a horrible guy, but he did have drip. He did have that shit on, like honestly, right? And this guy was like totally just like piety signaling me for it. It's like, dude, this is that class of like nerd dork. You know, we talked about dorks tonight. That's like that class of like nerd dork piety signaler that gives Catholics a bad name online. I'm sorry, but like, and not because Catholics have a bad name online, but just like, is that joke really appropriate to make? Yeah, because I just made it. Yeah, because actually I just made it. What are you going to do about it, bitch? Yeah, I actually just made that joke. You going to make me take it back? You going to make me eat my words? I don't think so. Yeah, I just made it. What about it? What are you going to do? Right? It's so lame, bro. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, you guys are flooding the donos. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Roman America sent... let's see. Roman America sent $5. Wasn't super into Taylor Marshall, but got back into him recently after watching a podcast he did with Charles Colomb. And of course, Charles is a base monarchist. So true. Charles is the GOAT too, bro. We love Charles. He's just such a like wholesome older guy, bro. Like he's like our grandpa. He's our Catholic grandpa, dude. How can you not love Catholic grandpa? PineSap secret TPUSA lover. PineSap and Taylor Marshall Thug Shaker collab soon. Hey, you know, it's like that clip of Nick. Big booty Groiper. Yo, reach out to me after the show. That's how I am. I'm like, big booty Groiper. Hit up my DMs after the show. You know I'm known for not answering DMs fast, but yours, hit me up after the show, okay? We'll shake it out. We'll thug shake it out. You see the headline tomorrow? PineSap found oiled up backstage. January 29th, 2026. PineSap found oiled up. Let's see, anonymous $5. If you do that, you should invite some of the TabNet guys since they're pretty big on Catholic action. Yeah, that'd be super sick. I'd be totally down with that, bro. We should totally do that. From nice guy PineSap to what are you gonna do about it, bitch? So true, dude. Copying the quarter zip when? Yeah, you know, I'm gonna look into it. Maybe I'll look into that tonight. Okay, just real quick. Why are we doing the 6-7 thing, bro? Why are we doing the 6-7? Like, this is so bad. Do they know what they're like? It's just been nothing but 6-7 tonight, bro. I'm tired of it. I'm over it. We're leaving that in 2025, right? Big O what? You heard what I said, bro. Listen, you guys know I am sussy. I'm a sussy man. I am literally that clip of Wreck-It Ralph. You guys remember the clip I'm talking about, where he's repeating the mantra from his therapy group, and he's like, "I'm bad, and that's good. I will never be good, and that's not bad. And he's got, he's got the amulet that like the girl made for him and stuff like that. He's having that like emotional moment. That's me with being sussy. That's me with being sussy. Listen, I am a sussy guy. I always will be. Nothing's gonna get the freak out of me, bro. I am a freak, okay? I need me a freak. No, I'm kidding. Just playing around. But anyhow, man, dude, I'm trying to remember. I think it was this 2012 one. I think it was this like 2012. Let's see here. Was there one in like 2008? Not 2088, bro. That's crazy. 2010. Okay, maybe it was the 2010 one. Oh, dude, that's iconic. Early Learning Academy. Zebra. No more monkeys jumping on the bed. Okay, I remember that tone playing in the background. That's right. And then it had, okay. Okay, I remember this now.
Help your child get ahead with abcmouse.com.
Dun, dun. Okay, yeah. Okay, I do totally remember that. I literally was watching Cartoon Network, right? I was watching Cartoon Network and I was sitting down watching that all play out. I totally remember that, dude. That was classic. That was a classic clip, honestly. I mean, yeah, I totally remember like at that time just being kind of awestruck with, or not awestruck, but just like remembering all these classic commercials that would just play like over and over, and they almost like faded in the background. But then remember it's like people always saying like, remember when you were a kid, you could hear the morning dove and then like one day the sound just stopped. Like it was almost sudden like that. That's how a lot of those commercials were. It's like, I don't even remember the last time I watched it. I just remember it stopping one day and being like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? You know what I mean? Clock the Navi girl. Dude, no, that's some weird stuff. If you're on some pickle Pepsi, what the heck? Dude, yeah, if you're on that. Okay, well, I did say that thing about Luna Paz from Hell of a Boss. So I can't judge a homie too much for being into the Avatar girls, but like we're gonna forget that moment in my life. We're gonna forget that little chapter, you know. I mean, listen, I was vindicated. You guys all know I was right. I'm sorry. You know I was right, but you know, I can't judge too hard. Branky, the cutest baby responses ever. Why did I pull this up? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, kind of the getting back to the topic of the stream, tying it all in, because I think I almost went on that whole trail. This is how we always go. We always go off the rails. It wouldn't be a stream without it, right? About going off on the people who it's like they were red pilled yesterday and then they think they're going to talk down to you when it's like, you've been in this shit the entire time, bro. You've been here literally from day fucking one. That's just been my Instagram comments recently. It's like anytime like I'll post something about like, you know, I remember I posted the tweet that I made a bit ago about like conspiracy theorists used to be cool. And what I mean by that is like, it was Bohemian Grove. This was a little bit before Pizzagate, but this was still kind of in the time when you would go to like almost army surplus stores, you know, maybe to get like cool clothes or whatever, like patches. I remember I would do that in high school. There was this one in like Lakewood, Colorado I would go to and stuff like that. And it was like guys who were like survivalists talking about like Waco and like Ruby Ridge and you know, kind of all these like government conspiracy theories about like New World Order. I mean, I remember like when the whole like I hate the Antichrist meme came out and it was the blue helmets and it was like, you know, the NWO and the UN. I liked that meme so much because that was something I was exposed to in high school from those guys, right? Those were the cool conspiracy theorists, you know, conspiracy, right? They weren't saying stupid shit like, oh, there's weather controlling bots that the Israelis are running, or why is the ice not melting? It was like real stuff where it was like, why did they just kill literally those women and children and innocent people in Waco? And why did the ATF guys literally pose standing over the dead bodies after? You can look this shit up right now. You can literally see the pictures of them posing over the charred corpses of the people they just killed. Right? That was a conspiracy theory people talked about. Why in Ruby Ridge did a mom holding her newborn infant get shot through the head and killed when she had, when the biggest offense that guy had was having a sawed-off shotgun? Those were, and when I say conspiracy theory, I'm using that term extremely loosely. Those weren't conspiracies. Those were real inquiries into why is our government for the past 20 years been doing these things that just completely deracinate the lives of ordinary people. Obama using the IRS to like weaponize against like little sisters of the poor for not wanting to include like abortion and contraception on their health plan. Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. None of these things were conspiracy theories. They were all real things that happened, that the only reason they were called conspiracies is just nobody was looking into the evidence it took like 5 seconds to Google. And so you'd have these guys, they were super cool. They were like these kind of survivalist types, oftentimes like former military, probably either served in Iraq or Desert Storm, like back ordering books about like, weird laws that were like passed in the 80s about like surveillance, or like times the government would like kill like innocent people, like Gary Webb, right? Like how, magically Gary Webb, after writing the book, I think it's Dark Triad. Yeah, he was just so depressed that he just magically was found with 2 bullets in the back of his head, and they just instantly ruled it a suicide, and definitely had nothing else was going on there. Nothing else was going on there. Definitely, he's so depressed he shot himself in the head 2 times, right? That's where the whole like I'm not suicidal joke came from, right? Was this idea of like our government is literally poised to kill us. That was like early Tea Party stuff before they became all cucked and stuff like that. That's what people were talking about. And it was cool because it was real. It was real stuff. It wasn't talking about fucking aliens or like stuff that would be on like the Art Bell show back in the 90s. It was real things that was actually, occurring and affecting our lives, the lives of ordinary people. And then that got us kind of on the, Israel question. Then we started asking, hey, who's looking into all this stuff going on with Israel? And that's really weird. Pizzagate? Yeah, John Podesta seems to be talking about pizza a lot in these emails. He must really like pizza. That's definitely not code for something else. That's the stuff we were on. I remember the first time I heard about because Pizzagate, like before, the way they tried to write it off, and these fucking slimy motherfuckers, bro, they tried to write it off with this like, oh yeah, this retarded guy went in the pizza shop and he was just trying to shoot the floor and stuff like that. Even though the retarded conspiracy theorist goes to the server room, shoots the server so that all the data is wiped and stuff like that. And then instantly the police just magically recover his weapons and have him in custody and he's completely silenced. Wow. Man, they must have just been on their A game. The cops really must have just been on their A game that day to be able to just, silence him that fast, right? No, what you find out is that actually we have a system that's been in place for a long time of institutionalized pedophilia in this country, of some of the most elite, tastemakers, celebrities, politicians, all the people you can think of, ritualistically molesting children. Do you know where they get it from? They get it from Aleister Crowley. They get it from You guys aren't going to fucking believe this. Hold on. I would love for Candace Owens or, Ian Carroll, E.T. and Mr. Pizza Shop to cover this one. This guy's name's Michael A. Aquino Jr. He was an American political scientist, military officer, and a Satanist. He was the founder and high priest of the Temple of Set, which Set, that whole connection is from Thelema, started by Aleister Crowley. That was his religion, which is basically the foundation for all modern Satanism and occultism. So Aleister Crowley is like the father of all, he's the father of like all modern New Age, occultism, Satanism, all that stuff, right? He was also a specialist in psychological warfare for military intelligence and an officer in the U.S. Army, right? Oh, and of course his gross wife is named Lilith, right? So his career. So, he's deployed in Vietnam. He's this psych warfare guy. Served with the Green Berets. So we're not talking, this isn't some like guy who served just like in the barracks like some grunt. This is a high level dude. This is a high level guy already in the military, right? Who is upper level position and already kind of experimenting with these occult influences, right? So he's in San Francisco, and I believe if the story is correct as we scroll down here, he joined the Church of Satan, started by Anton LaVey. Oh, Anton LaVey. Anton LaVey. You guys remember that name, right? Anton LaVey. Who, Anton LaVey. Mo Gummy donated $3. MK Ultra Las Vegas shooting was peak conspiracy. Literally, Las Vegas shooting. Oh, his brother tries to exonerate him, but they find a 1990s computer that could like barely hold like Hightail in its storage, right? Probably has like a gigabyte of storage. Oh, they find 20 terabytes of CP up in this computer that hasn't been touched for years. Yeah, plausible story. Yeah, that's totally plausible. Anton LaVey. Oh, let's look at this. A Jewish church founder preaches the art of satanic social change. Wow, that's crazy. And it's not talking about yet Anton LaVey. It's talking about this Malcolm Jerry guy, right? But let's look up LaVey. Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry, I went to the loading thing by accident. I was trying to Control F. LaVey. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane, right? Satanists, for the record, do not believe that Satan exists. Derived from the Hebrew word for adversary, Satan is viewed as a symbol, not an idol or deity. Wonder why they dropped that reference there, right? The Church of Satan, founded by Jewish-born Anton LaVey in 1966, known in his heyday as the Black Pope, LaVey seeded grotto churches around the country, and Hollywood figures including Sammy Davis Jr. joined the church. Oh, and then Davis had converted to Judaism in 1961. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. I wonder why he felt like he could be Jewish and a Satanist at the same time. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny that I turned on the intro by accident. That was pretty funny, actually. I'm not even going to cap. As the sigil, or that's not how you pronounce that word. How do you pronounce that word?
Sigil.
Sigil. The sigil for his movement, which I'm actually trying to remember. I've heard that word before, but I'm trying to... The sign or symbol. Okay, that's what it means. So the sign or symbol of his movement, right? LaVey adopted an inverted pentacle surrounded by the Hebrew letters for Leviathan, a sea monster featured in the Old Testament. From the center of the why are they calling the pentagram the pentacle? That's weird. I've never heard of it referred to that way. Glare is the half-human, half-animal Baphomet, both female and male, intending to symbolize the harmony of the universe. Oh, that's crazy. So Baphomet's trans. Wow. I probably no influence, like in, trans people when they do that stuff, probably no influence from Satan at all. Definitely not a satanic like influence at all in their lives. They're definitely not being controlled by him. During the 1980s, satanic panic set in and the church was accused of ritual abuse and criminal activity. That's crazy. Ritual abuse. Didn't I just mention that? Ritual abuse? I wonder what kind of ritual abuse they might be talking about. LaVey was labeled as a dangerous charlatan by critics, and many of his life stories were exposed as fraudulent after his 1997 death. Yeah, he was a serial liar. Literally everyone writes that. He's total serial liar, totally like inflated ego, had a big old view of himself. He was insane. Having once been called the world's most notorious religion, the church's big last hurrah was a satanic high mass held in Los Angeles on the... oh my goodness, I always forget the range of the months. That's July, right? So July 6th of 06 for its 40th anniversary. Wow. That's crazy. So what you're telling me is Jewish founder, clearly like influenced from like Kabbalah and all that kind of magic and all that kind of stuff, integrated within it too. Yeah, definitely no crossover there. Definitely no crossover that would inspire, guys like Sammy Davis Jr., who converted to Judaism, by the way, I'm sorry, it's June. Okay. It's June, right? Yeah, definitely no influence there. Right? Oh, great. And he's dressed up for his satanic ritual. Oh, funny. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that crossover. Keep in mind that ritual abuse we read in the article. So by 1969, he joined the Church of Satan by Anton LaVey. By 1971, Aquino had been appointed Magister Caverns of the fourth degree within the church hierarchy. With the editor of the publication The Cloven Hoof, was the editor of the publication The Cloven Hoof, and sat on the governing council of the Nine. So they're literally using Masonic ranking to rank their church members. Definitely no connection there too, right? Because esotericism, that's totally fine. It's not like we've exposed esotericism multiple times for literally worshiping Satan. It's like that retarded guy on Twitter who I was arguing with. What's his name? He's like, do you guys know who I'm talking about? He's the Anglican. He was on Tim Pool's show, and he's like an avowed Freemason. And he's like, yeah, we say actually a prayer to God at the beginning of all of our meetings. Oh, you mean the supreme being? The supreme being that all you guys apparently worship together. You guys have different religions and completely different confessional backgrounds and stuff like that. Yeah, you guys just all worship him together, don't you? Definitely nothing else going on there, for sure. So his career was paused when he went to go work in the military. Well, I'm glad to know that this guy was in the military. That's great. Yeah, the supreme architect, right? Yeah, that's definitely referring to God. He met LaVey at a screening of Rosemary's Baby where LaVey gave him a business card, and they grew to be very close. So they grew in conflict over time over the direction of the group, and the latter rejected LaVey's atheism and materialism, so he had some kind of spiritual belief. When he started selling positions at Church of Satan for money, Aquino finally left the group in 1975. Ironic. The Satanist group engages in simony. That's kind of funny. His history of the Church of Satan, entitled The Church of Satan, has several editions and has been an important source for academics, though how reliable Aquino is to be questioned, since he extensively criticized LaVey and has, according to scholars, gone out of his way to make public court documents that reflect negatively on LaVey's personal life. You're telling me the guy who started the Church of Satan definitely was like an immoral guy? That's crazy. I would have thought he would have been like an upstanding citizen, like churchgoer, pillar of his community. That I'm let down, man. It's the Lore Lodge. We'll look that up so I keep that in mind. Yeah, Lore Lodge. Yeah, this guy. Real winner, that guy. After he left the Church of Satan, he started a ritual in which he asked Satan on what to do next. According to him, the enemy appeared to him in the summer of 1975 and revealed to him that he wanted to be called Set, a name which worshippers in ancient Egypt are said to have used. Aquino produced a religious text, the Book of Coming Forth by Night, which he claimed was revealed to him by Set in a process of automatic writing. The book proclaimed Aquino Magnus as the new Eon of Set, an heir to Set's infernal mandate. On this basis, he found the Temple of Set, which is dedicated to the worship of Set. In contrast to LaVey's approach, this group has an occult and hermetic orientation. Aquino's orientation was strongly influenced by the work of British occultist Aleister Crowley. Everybody, Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, who we mentioned earlier. So that name came up again. Isn't that interesting? So it's all one big club and you're not a part of it, right? It's all just one big club. In 1975, the Temple of Set was registered as a nonprofit church in California and received state and federal recognition tax exemption that same year. So now we're going to get into all this horrific and horrendous stuff. Please brace yourselves. I'm sure it's going to be awful. PineSep, have you heard about this guy's connection to TPUSA? Oh, the Lore Lodge guy? No, I haven't. Is he like deep in it and stuff like that? I don't really know anything about him, to be honest. All I know is that he's like some cringe Anglican and tries to defend Masonry, but if there's some connections there, I'd be interested in looking into that. As part of the Satanic Panic, in November 1986, the San Francisco police began investigating allegations of sexual abuse in connection with the Army's Child Development Center at the Presidio of San Francisco. A girl came forward in 1987 and identified Aquino as the culprit. At least 58 out of the 100 children who attended the daycare showed physical and mental signs of sexual abuse, leading to a lawsuit by the parents for $60 million in damages. An investigation against Aquino was launched, but it closed after insufficient evidence was found. Despite this, Aquino had become a fixture in some corners of conspiracy theorist communities. Yeah, it's really conspiracy theorists that this guy likes to molest children. Yeah, massive conspiracy theory there. Oh, of course. Oh, but he wasn't even. Ain't this the perfect peach? Look at the name of the guy defending him. Writer and publisher Mitch Horowitz said the investigators had found that in the weeks of the claimed incident, the Aquinos were not residing in San Francisco, but instead in Washington, D.C., where Aquino is enrolled in a graduate public administration program under the auspices of the Industrial College of the Armed Forces. Still continue to be on the board right after that. Well, I'm so glad we've got Mitch Horowitz. Mitch Horowitz, I'm sure there's no bias there, right? Defending Michael Aquino. Yeah. Good old Mitch Horowitz, guys. You know, I was doubting him ritualistically abusing these children before, but I'm really glad that Mitch Horowitz, of all people, decided to step in and just clear it up for us. We wouldn't want to engage in crazy conspiracy theories, right? I mean, that'd be insufferable. Aquino co-authored a book with one of TPUSA's board members. Are you fucking kidding me? That's worse. You've got to be kidding me, bro. What's the name of the book? We got to look this up, dude. That is insane, Magnus. That is actually crazy, dude. I had no idea. Okay, send me the name of the book. I need to look this up. All these channels now, Ian, Candace, Jake, Owen S, all could be reteaching and showing their viewers this, but instead choose to talk about Snow not looking the same and rehashing Charlie Kirk. I know, dude. It's unfucking believable with these people. It's like this conspiracy is like This is literally on Wikipedia. This is like for everybody to like go and look at, and it's open information. But instead of covering this, and instead of like actually trying to cover what's going on here, this is what's going on. This is insane. Magnus wasn't kidding. Magnus was not kidding. Hold on. We're going to pull this up real quick. I'm going to read Mo Gummy's $3 chat. Thank you, Mo Gummy. I appreciate it. I heard that during the Satanic Panic era, apparently it was stemmed from legitimate case of ritual abuse. However, history whitewashed it as Christians going crazy that one time. Weird, because people don't usually go crazy for no reason. I know, man. It's literally all true, and they're like trying to cover it up as like, oh, it's there's no connection there. There's no connection existing at all. It's just evangelical white moms going crazy because they don't want their kids playing Dungeons and Dragons. Give me a fucking break, dude. Really? Also, W those moms. They were right. Marilyn Manson is evil, dude. Can we just say 90s evangelical moms? And honestly, I'm sure Catholic moms were in that too. 90s Christian moms. You guys were so raw. Honestly, you guys were so right. Rock is satanic. It is of the devil. You were so right. I literally, and I'll tell you why they were right. Let me read Antonius's chat here. $5. Check out the Wikipedia page, Scientology and the Occult. I'll tell you why they were right. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this. I think I've mentioned in older streams. I used to be an avid Marilyn Manson fan. To this day, I don't think I re-downloaded it. I literally bought his albums off iTunes. I was an avid fan of his. I thought he was like the most intelligent guy in the entire world. His worldview made total sense. Well, what I'm doing, by tearing the Bible up on stage, it's actually like a deeper form of performance art. It's definitely not blaspheming at all. I used to be a massive fan of the guy. And of course, when I started taking my faith more seriously, I didn't listen to him anymore. I, to this day, am still effective. I am still affected when I try to pray by the negative satanic influences of his music. Still this day. The imagery, the lyrics, all that stuff. I can still hear those songs in my head. When I go to pray and I go to do mental prayer, I'm still affected by that influence to this day. I haven't seriously listened to him in probably almost 10 years. Almost an entire decade. And yet still to this day, because of the satanic influence in his music, I'm still deeply affected by it. 90s Christian moms were right. I am so sorry for ever thinking that they were being too excessive. They were totally right. Honestly, the music you listen to does deeply affect you. That is something that I've had to learn over time. If you listen to bad music, you're going to feel bad. And if you listen to good music, you're going to feel great. That's why I've gotten so into recently listening to Utopian Scholastic, also known as Encarta Wave. I don't know if you guys know that that music genre. I was kind of talking about it a little bit on Telegram. It's literally that music that was in the super cool educational films we watched in the 90s and 2000s. It is the most happy, most upbeat, most sweet music genre out there. It was like rediscovering my childhood when I heard it the other day. And the moment I heard that, I was like, I need to listen to music like this, like upbeat, positive, happy stuff like that. We'll probably listen to some of it later. Do I think grunge was satanic? No, I don't think it was satanic. But I definitely do think that the sort of kind of industrial metal, the like skinny pop, like all that kind of stuff definitely had a satanic influence. That was undue. And I think it deeply, profoundly affected a lot of people negatively. Red Shrag Gurley said, I get this horrible feeling every single time I see a picture of him. That guy's probably possessed after all the blasphemies and occult rituals he committed. Yeah. And he used to be best friends with Anton LaVey, so he totally ties in with everything that we're saying. He had a catchy song or two, but I could never get into him. Good thing, definitely. I've been playing guitar for 5 years, and I'm trying to move on from rock to classical. Dude, so true. That's goated. But yeah, no, grunge is great. I still like grunge. Grunge is very positive and upbeat music too. I love Pearl Jam, dude. Like listening to Alive by Pearl Jam, that's such a beautiful song. I will always love that song. And then Black by Pearl Jam is a very beautiful romantic song too. I love that one. So heartfelt, Not all rock is bad. There's a lot of good rock out there. I just mean like the stuff that those 90s moms railed against generally in general did have an undue satanic influence on the people that listen to it. And I've experienced that spiritual ailment in my own life. And so they were completely vindicated on that. I know it's somewhat unrelated, but how should Catholics safely study non-Catholic religions in their texts? I would really stick only to like Catholic books written about other religions. And even within that, I would probably try to do like guided study with like your spiritual father or your priest, so that you're not almost paying more attention to learning about that religion than you are to learning about our faith, right? Like learning about other religions in order to evangelize them, that's great, but don't do it to such an extent you start learning more about them than learning about your own faith, because that's a very good way to fall away from the faith and be totally corrupted. I mean, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm not going to lie with you guys. I've seen a very worrying rise in especially the right recently of like people getting obsessed with Nietzsche, but like to an extent of not like the good things that he said, because he did say good things. Not everything that he said was bad, but like to the anti-Christian sentiment of Nietzsche and fully synthesizing that into their thought. And all I got to say with that is it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous influence. I've been around on the internet long enough to see people come and go from the faith to, kind of be one day super on fire, one day really about it. Oh, I want to learn everything about Catholicism. I want to learn everything about the Lord. And then the other day becoming some of the most anti-Christian people I've ever seen. The most anti-Christian people I've ever seen. Roman America donated $15. Thank you, brother. Let me see here. Final super chat before I head out. Please pray for the repose of the soul of the Swedish actor Bjorn Andresen, who would have turned 71 earlier this week. His life story was tragic. Thank you, sir, and please pray. Definitely, we'll pray for we'll pray for Bjorn. That's really sad. I wish he was still with us, but hopefully he's in the kingdom of heaven now and resting safely with the Lord. We'll definitely pray for his soul. Thank you so much for the 15, brother. I really appreciate that. I've seen a lot of people come and go. And it's actually deeply sad in me. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's been entire accounts on X, on Telegram, guys I used to talk to literally all the time. They were in my chat. They were like active members of like my online community and stuff like that. Sometimes they were like mods in my chat. And one day I didn't hear from them anymore. Or I started noticing their attitude really shifting. Oh, this bishop said this cringe thing. Well, yeah, bishops say cringe things sometimes, and that's bad. And we should be critical of that in a respectful way. Of course, I agree. No, but it just seems like the Catholic Church is just completely sold out. Well, no, I would respond. I'd say I wouldn't say that. Like Christ Church will always prevail. It always has. It's not sold out. Well, maybe Christianity isn't the real deal. Maybe it's all BS. Yeah, maybe they were actually all right about Christianity. And it was like I was watching a brother fall away. I've seen this happen more times than I wish. And I didn't wish for a single one. But know that I want you guys to know that as much as, the internet is fun and it's a kooky place, and yes, there's a lot of great Catholic content and all that kind of stuff, it is very dangerous. And I don't mean, of course you're like, duh, Connor, it's dangerous. No, I don't mean it in that way. I mean it is spiritually dangerous. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is going to be a real hot take. It actually ties in the whole conspiratard thing, so I'm not going off the beaten path here. Let me clarify what I mean by this. I'm a little done with the right. And I'll clarify what I mean by that. I'm not saying I'm some gay centrist now. I'm not saying that I believe any left-wing ideas now. I don't. Fuck the left. The left is evil. I will always feel the same way about the left till the day I die. I'm not more liberal. I'm not more centrist. I'm not like, Catholicism's a bit of left-wing thought and right-wing thought. I've always fucking hated when people said that. It's not remotely true. We are more right-wing than the right. We always will be. We always have been. Get over your weird gay centrism. Catholicism is not centrism. We're not left-wing. We will never be left-wing. Left-wing politics has always been a rejection of Catholicism. Has always been a rejection of the Catholic Church. No. What I mean is not that I'm done with Russell Kirk or Pat Buchanan or Edmund Burke or Joseph Damas. I will read those guys till the day I die. I will give my children their books. I will literally pass on their writings down to my children. Guess what, though? Most scholars think that Edmund Burke was secretly Catholic, or at the very least sympathetic to Catholics because of his Irish upbringing. Joseph Damast was Catholic. Pat Buchanan was Catholic, and Russell Kirk was Catholic. So ironically, all those guys I'm talking about that are conservative thinkers, they're Catholic thinkers. They're our guys. We have them first. We call dibs first. When I say I'm done with the right, I am done with worshiping whatever you define as right-wing politics. And I'm not talking about Con Inc. That's easy. That's easy to criticize. I mean, they contradict basic Catholic teaching, right? Even the most, even Trent Horn can acknowledge that, right? And he has, right? Super easy. But the further along you get on the right, I'm gonna be real. The further along you get on the right, you get closer to shit like this. You say, no, the right, the far right, no, it always is anti-occultism and stuff like that. No, it is not. No, it's not actually. I see a lot of guys online, and I've been holding my ear to the ground now for about a year, who are getting really into esotericism. They're getting really back into Freemason, and not actual Freemasonry, but Roscarianism and esotericism and all these cute little mystic tarot cards, all that shit. And they're like, no, Connor, you don't understand. That stuff is totally compatible with Catholicism. And it's actually more based because you're unlocking secrets. You are going to go to hell. You are going to burn in hell. And I don't mean that it's done or over for you. You still have time to repent. You can always repent. But I swear on my Bible, my heart to God, that if you go down that path, you're going to go to hell. And you are not going to stand before God and say, but I was based in red pill because I did tarot cards and and actually, didn't you know that some Freemasonic lodges actually synthesize elements of Christianity in their thought. And Spaceman asked in chat, paganism? No, it's worse than that. Dude, pagans, here's the thing. Pagans are easy. Paganism's just fucking cringe. It is easy to make fun of paganism because it's so on the nose. It's like, it's guys worshiping like the trees and stuff like that. That's super easy. No, the real danger and the real thing I see actually making a comeback and being a real threat on the right wing, nobody wants to talk about, is Hermeticism, Gnosticism, esotericism, Kabbalah, all that shit. Because let's look into that. We're talking about conspiracy theorists, right? We're talking about conspiracies, right? I hope you guys are ready for this. Let's see here. Sorry to shill, but sent $2. Let's see here. If you like 80s synthesizers and medieval church modes and music, check out John Mouse's new album, Later Than You Think. John is one of the most interesting guys in indie music and a devout Catholic. Kind of a lib, but submits his intellect to Rome. That's sick. I'll definitely check that out, dude. Yeah. I don't know where you might have me added, but if you're in the Telegram chat, at me with that album name later. I would love to check that out, man. That'd be super sick. I'd be down for that. That sounds really good, actually. It's all a big fucking club, and you're not in it. It is all a big fucking club, and you're not in it. Limited hangout. Is it any wonder these guys criticize Nick? A devout Catholic who is calling out Jewish power. And they got this shit on. Ian Carroll, oh, it was a bracelet that my girlfriend gave me. You really think I'm going to buy that fucking story? That bullshit story? Yeah, red bracelet my girlfriend gave me. Red bracelet my girlfriend gave me. Red bracelet my girlfriend gave me. Red string club. You know what the red string is? Oh, it's not just a cute little bracelet, my friend. It's this shit. The red string, Kabbalah. Wearing a thin scarlet or a crimson string as a type of talisman is a Jewish folk custom, which is practiced as a way to ward off misfortune, which has brought about the evil eye. The tradition is popularly thought to be associated with Kabbalah and religious forms of Judaism. The red string is made from thin scarlet wool thread. It is worn as a bracelet and a band on the wrist of the wearer. The red string was worn in many cultures and not found solely in Jewish culture. That's fine. Why do you think every single one of them wear it? Isn't that interesting? Don't give me this shit about it being Joseph's coat. It is not the prophet Joseph. It is not patriarch Joseph's coat. That's a load of crap. I just like glazed over that line. Some rabbi was saying, such as Agadas Ishis, right, that Joseph's coat was actually the exact same as the coat from the other tribes, just that Jacob placed a red string on the cuffs. Yeah, give me a break. That's a crock of shit, bro. I love how they love to like remake Old Testament history. They love to say, no, actually, our patriarch in the faith, your father, my father in the faith, Joseph. Actually, no, he would be totally down with the Talmud and totally down with rejecting Christ and saying that he's in hell right now, boiling in hot shit. No. Get the fuck out of here with that. You're not going to lie to me. It's a big club and you're not in it. These people are taking you for a fucking ride. Do not believe these people for an instant. These people are trying to lie to you. And the reason why I think all the conspiracy stuff, all the conspiratard stuff is an op. Do you want to know the real reason I think it's an op? Because if they're this plugged in, notice how Ian, notice how Candace, notice how Tucker, all these people who just hang out and seem to get along and just magically agree on everything, they all attack Nick at the same time, all tried to distance themselves, all tried to make Nick out to be the bad anti-Semite who's got crazy, kooky conspiracy theories and all that stuff. They know that the JQ, that the Jewish question, is popular enough that everybody is talking about it. But whether it's the CIA, Mossad, whatever you want to say, the forces, the power that be, I think it's Mossad to be, or I think it is CIA and I think it's Mossad, to be honest. But the forces that be, right? They know, we know now. They know that you're sitting on this stream right now learning about how we had a literal Satanist that colluded with a Jewish guy who started the Church of Satan and was inspired by like Kabbalah rituals and ritualized pedophilia and all that stuff. That they know that you know that Israel did 9/11 and that they've been behind like porn and all this stuff and all this evil, and it's directly inspired by their religion. They know that about you. And they are scared. They are terrified because the more and more that gains traction, guess what happens? It's who said this best? Bishop Williamson, God rest his soul. Quoting Tertullian, it's two scales. As Catholic faith goes up, Jewish power goes down. Jewish power goes up, Catholic faith goes down. That's this big thing going on right now. What's the first thing that Candace does when she becomes Catholic? And I do think this is an op. Bear with me. Suddenly she gets really, really into kind of the like SSPX, Vatican II is like fake and gay. Listen, disobey the Pope. Come on, guys. Come on. You want to obey the Pope? Come on. Don't do that. From the same little clique, from the same little group since the French Revolution, since prior to the French Revolution, that's done, consistently attack the papacy and say Catholics should disobey? You want to know a real red pill for a moment? You want to know a real red pill on this? I'll actually give you guys a website. Yeah, I'll give you guys a website. It's on Heritage History, and it's an excerpt from a book that, honestly, if you have the ability to buy it, you should buy it. Plot Against the Church by Maurice Pinet. Maurice Pinet is an alias. It was a group of a bunch of Catholic priests that were writing in 1962 about how there was already a Jewish conspiracy to attack the church. On this website, they have the entire second half of the book that goes into every single moment in history. They have repeatedly attacked the church over and over and over again. Every single time. They appointed an anti-pope to contradict Pope Innocent II. They sided with the Arians. They sided with the Cathars. They sided with every heretical group that has persecuted the church. And guess consistently what they have always attacked? The papacy. Do you know why they attack the papacy? St. Robert Bellarmine writes that the papacy, the monarchical structure of the papacy, is a reflection of the cosmic monarchy that is the kingship of our Lord Jesus Christ. What does this religion consistently hate? about Jesus. They just hate him. And they hate that he's king. They hate that he's king. Why do you think 2 summers ago they freaked out that we were all saying Christ is king? I think very few people were saying it to just be offensive for offense's sake. I think very few people were just saying it not because they truly believed it. I think most people were saying it because they believe Jesus Christ is king and he is the Messiah come to save us. Why did they start calling it anti-Semitic? Was it because in their words, oh, well, Jake Shields said that and he doesn't even believe in Christianity. He's just saying it to be offensive. No. It is because Christ is the stumbling block. Christ is a stumbling block. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it at all. First Corinthians 1:23. That's all the authority you need. But we preach Christ crucified, a stumbling block to the Jews and foolishness to Gentiles. He has always been a stumbling block to them. He has always been a sign of contradiction. He has always been something that they cannot get over. His kingship, wherever it is, offends them and they hate it and they want to do everything they can to take it down. So if that kingship is reflected in the papal monarchy, it is reflected in the obedience that we have to the Holy Father, the Vicar of Christ on earth, why do you think the moment Candace Owens becomes Catholic, the first thing she starts doing is attacking the Pope, saying the church is infiltrated, it's infiltrated the top and we can't even trust it? It's the last threshold. The last red pill that you guys have to understand, this is if there's one thing I want you to remember that I tell you, this is the final and last red pill. This is the last threshold. This is the last Rubicon to cross. When we say Christ will always be with you, that's real. When we say Christ will always be present with you, that's a real statement. That's not kitschy sentimentalism. That's not just some nice sounding sentiment. That is a real statement. That is a definitive statement. Christ will always be present with you. He will never abandon you. And because he will never abandon you, he will never abandon his church. All of Christianity rests on the idea that no matter what this world, no matter who infiltrates it, no matter if they are literally into psychological warfare, or they co-author a book with someone who is a Satanist and devoted to ritualistically abusing children, or there's someone with a giant YouTube platform, or daddies in the CIA because they're colluding with them too, no matter what gets thrown at Christ Church, the gates of hell will never prevail. Nothing can separate us from the love of God. And a bride cannot be separated from her spouse. The final red pill, my friends, is that you can never have a situation where the gates of hell have prevailed against the church. And as such, you can never have a situation where something like the Second Vatican Council taught error. If you believe that, you're calling Christ a liar. I'm sorry. I'm going to be that blunt. If you truly believe that, you do not believe in the promise of Matthew 16:18. This is the last Rubicon you have to cross before you're truly free of the Jews' influence. And you're going to look at me like I have two heads. What about Nostra Aetate? What about all this stuff? What about it? Bishop Luigi Carli, who spent his entire life opposing them, was one of the strongest defenders of the Second Vatican Council. Pope Francis a couple years ago said the law no longer gives life. Even though Cardinal Koch wrote an apology letter. Guess what? Pope Francis never apologized. Never apologized for saying that. Pope Benedict XVI was called anti-Semitic for saying that everyone needs to accept Christ. And that the Jews are not separate from that and they have to accept Christ in order to be saved. He was called an anti-Semite for that. Look at how the unshakable faith of Christ Church, even when everything is taken down and the whole world is gay and fake, and you got homies out here pretending to be on our side who are taking us along for a fucking ride. Even when that happens, God is still with us. God is still with his church. That's the last red pill you need. That is seeing reality as it is. If you understand that, you're free. That's real freedom. You know, Sneeko the other night, and I'll give Sneeko credit. I've had my problems with him and stuff like that, but I will give him credit. He's had a lot of integrity in defending him hanging out with Nick contra Tate, who's a bottom bitch. Tate is not the top G. He's a bottom bitch. He's a complete bitch. Complete fucking coward. Sneeko was talking about how singing Kanye's song was freedom. And he is right to a certain extent. It is freedom. It's very freeing to sing that song. It means you're not controlled by them. Do you know what's deeper freedom than that? When you are Catholic and you don't get all fucking locked in with this bullshit online, whether it's Catholic Inc. trying to say you're anti-Semitic if you believe what the church has always taught, or it's SSPX. In order to resist them, Goy, you have to actually hate the papacy and criticize Pope Leo and write nasty lies about him all the time. The final threshold is saying, I'm with Christ. I am with his church. I know that the gates of hell will never prevail. All 21 ecumenical councils have remained clean from the stain of error. And that God is with his vicar, always. They hate that when you believe that. They hate it. The last thing they want you to be is that kind of Catholic. That's what scares them. I say the type 2 NO goer, jokes a lot online and stuff like that, of course. But there is a level of truth to that. The final thing the Jews hate is if you are a devout Catholic who doesn't attack the Pope, who doesn't attack any of the ecumenical councils, who doesn't attack the church that you claim to defend. They are very smart and they are very crafty and they know how to turn your good intentions back on you. If you are that, you are truly free. But you're dangerous. And they'll do everything they can to take you down. They'll do everything they can to take you down. And so it's why you have to be rooted in God. We're not going to win this fight because, dude, we've got some evil fucking people up against us. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We've got some evil people. Palantir is on the rise. AI is on the rise. I literally do think that we may even see the Antichrist in our lifetime. We don't know the day or the hour. I of course can't definitively say that. I can't definitively say that. But you saw those robots today on X. Those humanoid android robots. That's what they'll send to go persecute us. That's what they'll send to go rip open the parish doors and burn us all alive inside our churches. Mark my words. We will be declared enemies across the face of the earth in the near future. We will be seen as dangerous everywhere we go. Catholics will be seen as a fifth column in every single society. And there's going to be a lot of fake bullshit. There's going to be a lot of right wingers like this that come out of the woodwork and they're like, "Oh, goy, the way to be free is actually if you believe in Kabbalah and you engage in like weird esoteric rituals that separate you from God." Or you're a giant fornicator and you get women and money and status. I'm not a prophet. I don't have any authority to know what the future is. I don't have a magical crystal ball, but I swear it's going to be that. They are going to do everything they can to try and take you down and drag you in the pit of hell with them. And all I ask of you guys, not as Pine Sap, as Connor, just your brother in Christ, be rooted in God, man. There's one thing that you can learn about our religion. It's that I live by this simple saying, and I always will to the day I die. It's St. Ambrose. I believe it's his commentary on Psalm 142. Where Peter is, there is the church. Where there is the church, there is salvation. Where there is salvation, there's Jesus Christ. If you live by that simple rule, the Antichrist will not be able to kill you, or he might kill you, but he won't be able to kill your soul. Because the Jews serve the Antichrist, they already are. They won't be able to take you down in the pit with them. That's what they want. Yarvin, all these guys, they're a lot smarter than you and I. They've been in this game for a long time and they know how to manipulate us. You look up stuff like the Dark Enlightenment and stuff like that. Nick Land, that guy was doing satanic rituals when he was writing all that shit. It's why I hate NRX. I do not like neo-reactionary stuff at all. I don't care if they claim to read Joseph Damas. Joseph Damas was a devout Catholic. He was not some fucked up Satanist. He wasn't talking about hobbits and elves as analogies for Jews ruling over Gentiles. You're not a reactionary. You're trying to co-opt our word. That's why you call it the cathedral. Yes, I know when they say the cathedral, what they mean is that, the cathedral had prevalence and dominance over, human society back in the medieval ages. And, now that's changed to be other things, but we ain't being ruled by the cathedral, pal. That's the whole problem. We're being ruled by the synagogue of Satan. And so this fight is going to take a lot of people. You're going to see a lot of people start acting weird. You're going to see a lot of people that you think are our allies and they're doing shit like this. And they're going to go on their show one day and they're going to be like, hey guys, actually, it's super epic and base and red pilled and totally owns Israel if you do Kabbalah and you do esoteric rituals and you read books co-authored by literal psychological warfare participants. You can't get lost in that. They know what they're doing. You got to be rooted in God and the Holy Spirit, and you got to only trust the church. That's the only thing you can trust anymore. And you got to trust people who trust in the church too. I get a lot of shit from people, they're like, oh, why do you glaze Nick too much and stuff like that. Here's the thing. Nick, at the end of the day, is a Catholic, and that's why I trust him, and that's why I'd give my life to defend him. He's the only guy, he's the only real guy in this game. He's the only guy who isn't doing weird shit like this and taking back money deals and, weird rituals and limited hangouts and all that bullshit. He's the only guy who is doing in politics what I'm talking about, just being Catholic, just staying rooted in God. Because these things that we're going up against are so much bigger than us, man, in a really bad way. These people have been around for longer. They've been doing this shit since before you and I were born. I mean, Michael Aquino's been doing we read about Michael Aquino. What he's been doing this since the 1960s. Aleister Crowley was getting, rubbing elbows with high society back in the 1920s. Right? They've been doing this for a long time. And they're much smarter than you and I, and they're more integrated and they're more well connected. And, They're the kinds of guys where, one day you can be talking about this stuff and there's going to be a suicide note on your body and 2 double tap to the back of the head, and it's going to be like, oh yeah, I was just so depressed I magically decided to light my body on fire in my car while it was still running. And actually all that stuff I was talking about this conspiracy theory and stuff like that was totally wrong, dude. Totally wrong. Yeah, dude. I was just I was just believing conspiracy theories because I wanted to belong to a community online. That's the kind of shit that they pull. Ops, gay ops, they'll erase your memory. They'll try to, take you out, discredit you, blackmail, whatever it may be. But the thing about it is that we have God, and they know that. Every human being has the law of God written on their heart. And because every human being has the law of God written on their heart and knows that God is sovereign at the end of the day, that he's the one who always wins, they're terrified. They're scared out of their mind. They know they can't go up against him. And it terrifies them. When you really, really, really believe in your faith, it terrifies the fuck out of them. But it's your strongest weapon. God will never mislead you. The church will never mislead you. But these people will. And so as much as we kind of, we joke about the whole, thing online about Candace Owens being, retarded with the whole conspiracy theories and stuff like that. The reason that they're doing it is not just money. It's to delegitimize talking about this stuff. Because if I bring up, Michael Aquino doing this, Pizzagate, Israel doing 9/11, the constant attacks that they have waged on the church since going back to the cross, you know what the answer is going to be? You sound just like Candace Owens, man. And we know how crazy she was. You know how crazy Candace was, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, she also was talking about how, their ice doesn't melt and, her and Charlie Kirk were traveling through time with, tablets that were Sumerian technology and stuff like that. All of that is a deracinating campaign to try and cover up this stuff, because this stuff is really what's going on. It's not interdimensional aliens or anything like that. It's literally Jewish pedophiles that's running everything. That's it. That's the grand conspiracy. And they know that, and they know we know that. So anything that they can do to kind of cover that up and make that go away, they're going to do. And I think good old Ian and this great, definitely not piece of shit guy over here knows that too. And they will do every single thing, try and cover it up and run ops. I said it before, I'll say it again. It is a big club and you're not in it. You are not in this club. You never will be in this club. In order to get in this club, you have to sell your soul to the devil and do his minions. Do not trust these people. They're pieces of shit and they're liars. They're trying to undo every single thing that we've worked hard for and that we sacrificed for. But they're not going to, because we have God on our side. Let's look deeper. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm glad to know that the guy who, let's see. How do you pronounce his last name? Vallely? Vallely was a part of the leadership of Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA board, seated on the advisory board. A guy who literally co-authored the book Mind War with Michael Aquino. Reality prisons. That's interesting. Mind war. There you go. I'll make sure to read this full text later. I'd be very interested to look more into it, but archive.org itself. I'll level with you guys. It's like I've known about a lot of this stuff for a long time, but it really kind of does blow me away just how evil these people are. Like, you know, when you're a kid and you think about like great evils, you think of like what? You think of like Captain Planet, right? Like, you know, guys who are doing evil things because they want to just pollute the environment or they want to make lots of money. Captain Planet type villains, like villains who it's like they're comically evil, and at the end of the day, it's like their intentions are pretty simple. Even if they are crafty and like worming their way in society or whatever, it's like, what do they really want at the end of the day? It's like, oh, they just want money, right? That's pretty simple. You know people in your own life that are like that. And it is so hard to kind of like scratch that surface, you know, what we call the red pill, the rabbit hole, kind of like going down under and realizing, oh no, actually it goes a lot deeper than that. It goes actually a hell of a lot deeper than that. No, these people, money to them, that's a part of it. It's not that they don't like money. They have a lot of it. No, they want power. But they don't just like want power the way that like you know, March on Wall Street, whatever that protest was in like 2008, right? Occupy Wall Street, right? Like an Occupy Wall Street person would talk about like rich people, like, oh, they just want power. Not in that way. They want divine power. They want to become God. You know who also wanted to become God? Lucifer, the light bearer. And they know that if as long as they are in constant contact and communion with him, he'll give them everything they want. What was the temptation? What was the third temptation in the desert? The last and the final temptation that Satan presented Jesus. And I won't say it until I see you guys write it in chat. What was the last temptation that Satan gave our Lord in the desert? Oh my goodness, look at that. That's so, also like worst drip imaginable. That just like looks so terrible. That's like the worst design I've ever seen. Like occultism really does not have a good look going down. We got much better drip. I'm just saying, bro. You guys said in chat. And Riley, I think Riley and Francisco really hit it down with the language. To have everything. Rule over the entire world. That's what they wanted. That is what Satan presented Christ. If you fall at, he says this explicitly to our Lord, if you fall at my feet and you worship me, I will give you the whole world. I'll give you everything in it. It'll be all yours. It'll be all yours. And boy, do these guys want it. Boy, does Aleister Crowley and Michael Aquino and Netanyahu and the Bushes and the Clintons and all these people, boy, do they want that. And I'm not trying to sound like Alex Jones. Like I love and respect Alex in many ways, but like let's be honest, like he does sometimes say stuff that's like a little conspiratorial, like actually the stupid conspiracy theories, and it's like not true whatsoever. Like the Clintons, the Bilderbergers, and stuff like that. No. When I name drop these people, you have to understand the connection they have is not some like, oh, they're channeling interdimensional aliens. No, they're worshiping Satan, dude. And what's the conduit for Satan worship? It's Judaism. Why do you guys think humanism is so popular nowadays? Why all these same people are like humanists and they have like, you know, charities that they donate to and they sing like John Lennon's Imagine and stuff like that? Why do you think they're like really into that? It's Tikkun Olam. It's the idea of the Messianic age ruling over earth in Jewish eschatology. The Jewish Messiah. Christ was the real Messiah, but his kingdom was not of this world. It was a heavenly kingdom, far, far beyond anything that you and I could comprehend. Pharisees in his day hated that. They hated him for that. Because what did they want? They wanted the military Messiah that was going to slaughter the Romans and all Gentiles and imprison all Gentiles, make them their slaves, and they would rule over the earth and there would be a Messianic age. Perfect Messianic kingdom for them. Right? Tikkun Olam is that, if I'm pronouncing the word correctly. That's humanism. Oh, it's going to be a time of great peace and great well-being and everyone's going to be happy. Yeah, everyone's going to be happy in your eschatology because what that's going to mean is all the Gentiles worship you and fall at your feet. That's the end of Kabbalah. That's the end of their entire religion. There's a friend I have who mentioned that. Let me see if I can find the book. Here it is. Hold on. Gershom Shalom's The Messianic Idea in Judaism, and I haven't read this yet. Pine Sap Secret GPUSA lover sent $5. Let's see here. Never forget that, if I recall correctly, the Bible only leaves God in lowercase, and it's when it calls Satan the God, and it's when only leaves God in lowercase, and it's when it calls Satan the God of this world. No matter how hard you may try, he and all who will follow him will never become God. That's very true and very poetic too. I think you're completely right about that. I never considered that before. Oh, come on. Hold on. We're trying to, got to do a little control C, a little control V. There we go. This book right here. I haven't read this book yet, but I think I know exactly what it's already about because I've heard it through like osmosis and a bunch of other things. This idea is basically, this book is basically about how they want to rule over us. And that's going to be the Antichrist. That's their Messiah. The Messiah in their religion is the Antichrist. That's what the church fathers all warned about. That's why they're going to worship him when he comes. And that's their Messiah laid out in this book. An age of peace, humanism. Oh, human values. They'll use the language of religion. Christ would want you, listen, and anyone who talks this way worships Satan. I don't care how genuine or nice they are. Anyone who talks this way is controlled by Satan. Anyone goes up to you and they say something like, you know, I think really what Jesus came to do is just establish being, you know, really just isn't belief in Jesus just about being a good person at the end of the day? Yeah, I think just when we say we worship God, it's just about being a nice person at the end of the day. If you hear anyone say that, I'm sure they're not saying it out of the ill intent of their heart or trying to mislead you. That is Satan. That's of Satan speaking right there. It's not because that person's a bad person. It's not because they're a bad human being. I'm sure they're a nice person and they don't mean it in that way. But what that is saying is that it's denying the worship of God. It's denying what is due to God. You shall love the Lord God with all your heart and with all your might and with all your strength, and with your whole will and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. What the humanist does, because what does St. Paul say? I can sound like an angel from on high, but if I have not charity, I have nothing. Charity is the foundation of our entire religion. What's the order of charity? There is nothing you can love higher than God. God is the principal object of your love, your and my love. He has to be, or we are not Christian. If he is not the principal object of your love and my love and our love, our object of love, worship, and devotion, we don't worship him. The humanist takes the greatest commandment, and what does he do? He inverts it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. You should love your neighbor with your whole soul and your whole mind and your whole being and with everything. And you should love God as yourself. Why should you love God as yourself? Well, because you're God. In their religion, you are God. Every human being is God. You are gods. And that's the satanic inversion of theosis. That's a satanic inversion of theosis. Our whole lives are meant for theosis, becoming like God. We don't become God. We become incorporated back into him. That tie that we had with our loving Father in the garden no longer is severed, and it's healed, and it's renewed, and it's made into something better than we could possibly ever imagine. That's the whole purpose of our lives. Theosis. Becoming one with God again. Every single religion on earth, remembering this in their heart, talks about some kind of oneness, that there's some kind of oneness in this world. And what they don't realize is that their heart was always made for God and for walking this journey of theosis. But what's the inversion of theosis? I get a little emotional when I think about this. It's the serpent in the garden. I don't know why we did this. It's the serpent in the garden holding the apple right in front of you, holding the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and saying, eat of this. Don't look at God, look at me. Don't look at God. Don't look at his face. Don't look at the loving face of your Father, who, even after you fall, cries out, where are you? I love you. Don't look at him, hide from him. But eat of this, for you will be like God. You will be God. You will be God. Good night, Mama Bear Archives. Thank you for tuning in. You will be like God. We were literally with him, dude. We were literally with him in the garden. We got to see him every day, and there was no death and there was no separation. Guess what we did? We wanted to be him. We wanted to be gods. Because the enemy, who was always jealous of how much God loved us, wanted us to be as sad and miserable as he was, because he wanted to be God. And he just couldn't stand seeing God on his throne. He couldn't stand the fact that God loved him so much, made him in his image to have a rational soul. He hated him for that. He hated God so much for giving him life and giving him this gift of life that he wanted to get back at him. I know this is Satan. This is what Satan thinks every single day he tries to tempt you. I know I can never be up there with you, but if I can take another one down here with me, they'll be as miserable. They'll be as miserable as I am. They'll be like God. And they won't have you. They won't have you. And God, how I want to just see his face. I just want to see the face of God. And St. Macarius says, this got me really choked up actually when I read it. The ultimate pain in hell is that we no longer see each other's faces. That I can't see the face of my God. I don't want to be God. I want to be with God. I don't want the apple. I don't want the fruit. I don't want Tikkun Olam. I don't want red Kabbalah strings. I don't want esotericism. If that's what the right wing offers, I don't want it anymore. I never wanted it. I never wanted any of that. I just want God, man. If that means I have to take away everything that I have, I just want God. And MK said it in chat. It's the most difficult. It's the most beautiful thing. It's the most difficult thing at the same time to realize just how much he wants you to. He wants you. He still cries out to this day. He never stopped crying out, "Where are you?" He is still crying out from the depths of his being, rippling through all eternity. Where are you? That's why he sent his only son to die for us, man. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep it in. We do all that to God. He's so good to us. He gives us life. He animates us. He makes us in his image. He gives everything to us. And we reject him. We say, I want to be God. I don't want you anymore, even though you cry out for me. You're literally crying out for me. And here's the thing, it's like God knows where you are. He's omnipotent, he's omnipresent. When he asks you that, he's not literally asking you, like, where are you? I can't see you. He's just asking, like, where is your heart? It's not with me. And it's like we do all that. God, sorry. We do all that, and his reaction is not like, I'm gonna smite you, I'm gonna strike you down, I'm gonna destroy you from the face of the earth. It's like, I'm gonna send my only son to die for you. I'm sorry. I'm going to send my only son to die for you. You did all this to me. You literally wanted to, you wanted to be me. You already had me. Like, you already had me in the garden. You had everything that I could ever give you, and everything that I could ever offer you, and everything that I could ever award you. And you wanted to be me. And you rejected all that. You turned your back on all of that. And rather than me literally killing you, rather than me literally smiting you out of existence, I've told you guys this before. If God really wanted to smite you out of existence, he wouldn't even need to strike you down with a thunderbolt like Zeus or collapse the earth like Odin. He would just stop thinking about you. You just wouldn't exist. You wouldn't exist in anyone's mind. You wouldn't exist as a concept in my mind. It's not even that I would forget you. It's as if you wouldn't have ever been here in the first place. Your mom, your dad, everyone in your life would have been as if you had never existed. And yet the only reason that you and I exist is because you are a constant thought in the mind of God. You're a constant thought in the mind of God. I was reading the Dogmatic Dictionary of Theology, and I can't remember the exact term. It's a very profound term, but there's this term of God perpetually generating you into existence. And the only reason that happens is because he thinks about you. He thinks about you like all the time. And he never stops thinking about you, because if he did, you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be here right now watching this or saying, I love you to your mom and dad, or growing up in that neighborhood, or, remembering what it was like to be a child and to, become a young man and become an adult and stuff like that. None of that would exist. And yet he's still always thinking about you. And he cries out from the depths of his being, where are you? And if to call you back just to call you back, he sends his only son, who doesn't come down on like a winged chariot. He doesn't come down on like a gold chariot. He doesn't come down in a blaze of fire. He comes down in a wooden manger in Bethlehem. And he's born as if he was just some poor shepherd kid. Not as a great king, but just as ordinary or sort of undignified as anybody else. And he grows up and he gets old. And, his mom and his dad see him grow into this young man. And his mom has to watch him be beat, spit on, and hated by everyone who should have accepted him. I talked earlier about like not being seen, invisible. That was my shadow, right? That was the thing that followed me. And I'm sure you guys have felt that way in your life before too. What do you think Jesus felt when he wasn't seen by the Pharisees, when he wasn't seen by the Jews, when he wasn't seen by the people who should have seen him the most? Their groans, their sighing, they're wanting to be free, and he's like right there in front of them, and they hate him. It's like, he's up there on that cross, and he's like dying right in front of Caiaphas. And he's saying as he's dying, like, where are you? And all Caiaphas can mutter out is like, if you really are the Son of God, come down from that cross and we'll all worship you. He's literally dying for you, dude. You are literally watching this man, You're literally watching the Son of God like die for you. And your only reaction is not like getting down on your fucking knees and just being like, I'm sorry for everything that I've done in my life. I'm sorry for the way that I turned my back on you, that I betrayed you, that I sold you out, that I lied to you, and I lied to the people that you made in your image, and that I hated my brother and I hated my neighbor. And you don't do any of that. You just look at him and you just mock him. And for that same God to reach out to people who for all intents and purposes, like, wouldn't have had any like reason or rationale to be reached out to him. It's like the Jews were the ones who had walked with God, right? Like, it's like the Jews are the ones who, knew God in the desert and had heard Moses and had been, had been the seed of Abraham, and literally been with God closer than any other human being. And it's like, it's the centurion. And all he's known his entire life is like Greek philosophy or Stoic philosophy. That's all he's ever known. He doesn't know a God, man. He doesn't know God. He doesn't know Yahweh. He doesn't know anything. He's never seen the burning bush or heard the stories about it. All he's known is like, there's multiple deities and life is pain and the human condition is difficult, but you just got to weather through it until you die and try to live a good life within that. That's all he knows. And this man who carries with him a worldly sword and a worldly army could cut Jesus down in a moment with the edge of his blade. Instead, gets down on his knees and he says, "My servant is sick, and I know that you can heal him." And Jesus looks at him and he says, I have not seen faith like this in all of Israel. In all of Israel and all of the land that should have recognized me the most, I have not seen faith like this. It's as if he looked at him and said, "There's your heart. There you are. I see you. I see you. I found you." This man, for all intents and purposes, who should have had nothing to do with Jesus. And when God called out, "Where are you?" This Gentile, this non-Jew who had not walked with God and not known who he is, got down on his knees and said, "I love you, and I know you, and I all I know is that I can trust you." And he says, "I love you. There's my son." Someone said in chat, Mike, I really appreciate. I always see the Holy Spirit work through Mike a lot. I can tell that I'm not a soothsayer or anything like that, but I can only imagine how much God loves Mike to be able to work through him. Mike mentioned St. Lognius, who was once a Gentile but saw the blood and water gush out and said, "Truly, you are the Son of God." It's as if in that moment, the veil was torn over his eyes, the veil that clouded his eyes, and this person who had been so far away from God could just see God as he truly is. And the only thing he could do was fall down on his feet and worship and love God and know God and want a relationship with him. This is what it's all about, guys. It's just about loving God. That's what our lives are made for. That's what we are made for and why we were made. And honestly, and I don't mean this in like a moral fagging way or like a piety signaling way or whatever, because politics is important. It's not that politics itself is the distraction, but it's that all this political shit you see online, it's a distraction. It's noise. It is almost designed to take you out of communion with God as a consequence. That's what it's meant for. People want to sell you their book. They want to promote this certain philosopher to you. They want to show you this philosophy, this lifestyle, this sentiment, and it's everything, and it's not him. It's not him. It's the same fruit. It's the same fruit that was held in front of us in the garden. If you eat of this, fruit, you will have all knowledge. Dude, if you read this Nietzsche book, you're going to have all knowledge. If you just read Bronze Age Pervert, you're going to have all knowledge. If you synthesize, Hegel and Spinoza and all these people in your philosophy, in your outlook of life, you will have all knowledge. And maybe you will. But you won't have him. I can't speak for anybody else, but you can keep your Hegel, and you can keep your Spinoza, and you can keep your Nietzsche, and you can keep your Bronze Age Pervert, and your this and your that, and I don't care if it's Passage Press, I don't care if it's different YouTubers, content creators, influencers, this, that, or the other thing. I don't want it. I don't want it. I've never wanted anything less in my entire life. And it's not only because I hate those things because they're evil. It's because I have something more that fills my heart with such love that I couldn't want anything else, and that's God. You read Spinoza. That's great. I want my Bible. You read Nietzsche. That's great. I want St. Gregory Nazianzus. You read Hegel. That's terrific. I want my St. Thomas and the Summa. That's my religion. That's my life. That's the air that I breathe and the ground that I walk. That's what I want. I don't want the world. I could never want the world. Anything you present in front of me, even if we won this fight, and the only thing that I had to do was kneel before the enemy that has always hated me and always hated you and always said, I want to drag you down in the pit with you. I want to drag you down with me so you can be as miserable as I am. But hey, guess what? You're going to be based and red-pilled, pal. You're going to totally own the libs. You're going to win. Total victory, right? Even if he held that out in front of his hand, it's as if he held this magic orb and I could look at the world. Total victory, total right-wing victory. And he held that right in front of my face and said, all of this is yours if you just fall at my feet and you worship me. I don't want it. I have no desire for it. Devil's made me want a lot of things in my life, don't get me wrong. I'm not a saint. I am not a philosopher. I'm not even a particularly good content creator. I'm just a man. I'm just a normal dude. But I want till the day I die. I want till the day I die. I want God. And if I don't want God right now, I want to want God. Because he's the only thing that matters. You know, this life is so full of philosophies and ideologies and ideas that people are going to try to use to strip you away from him. And, you know, men get itching ears, and especially the internet is a temptation. I mean, if we thought it was bad in Christ's day, how much worse is it in this day and age? We've got algorithms designed to put us on to the next thing. We have algorithms, literal AI, that presents us that exact same fruit that says, just keep watching. Just keep watching. Just keep watching. Dude, you're going to be based and red-pilled. You're going to be a based and red-pilled womanizer who gambles all the time, and you're going to have every luxury and delight in this entire world you could imagine. You're going to totally own the left. You're going to be everything you could ever imagine if you just keep watching. Don't focus on God. That's corny. That's like moral stuff. That's, you know, that's not irony. That's not, you know, having a nihilistic outlook of the world. That's corny. That's like what grandmas do. You really want to be like a grandma? You want to be a grandma sitting in the parish praying? Look at her. She's old. She's not cool. Nothing's cool about her. Move on to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next ideology, and the next identity, and stuff like that. It's that, you know, we laugh at it and we think it's funny, but it's like that meme of that stick figure guy. He's watching internet videos and he sees, you know, one internet video and it's Hassan Piker, and it's another, and it's like a Wignat guy, or it's Trump, and he's changing ideologies like they're skin suits, and he's shedding and getting a new skin after that, and, you know, making a new identity for himself to try and find himself in that. And he thinks that the next thing will be it. He thinks that the next thing will be the totality of everything he could ever want. And it won't be. That's our fight. God is more powerful than algorithms and AI. And he's more powerful than social media. He's more powerful than psychological warfare. He's more powerful than every single temptation that you and I experience in the modern world. Just because he is. He asks where, you know, when we say God is, right, I am who am, there's a metaphysical consideration to that. But that metaphysical consideration is a reflection of the deeper consideration where when God asks you, where are you? It means that he was always here. He never went away. And he isn't going to go away. the question is, are you going to turn back to him? He knows where you are. You can't hide from him. But when he asks, where are you? He's not asking because he can't see you. It's because a question of, can you see him? Can you see him? Many of us, we may be Catholic already, and we may be, we may be in the church and stuff like that, but even within that, it doesn't mean we can't be blind. It doesn't mean that we can't be like Caiaphas, literally seeing Christ die in front of us and just saying, if you really were the Son of God, you come down from that cross and we'd all worship you. There's always that temptation. It's ever before our eye. You think the fruit of the tree of knowledge only was a one-time occurrence, but it's always before our eye. It's always Satan speaking out to us and saying, I want to drag you down in the pit so you can be as miserable and hate-filled as I am. Because I can never be up there because I've chosen my fate. I've chosen what I needed. I've chosen what I've wanted. But you can be down here with me and be miserable. Satan could take every soul into hell, and it wouldn't be enough to account for his loneliness because he, as St. Macarius said earlier, as we stated earlier, hell ultimately is us not being able to see each other's faces. I can't see the face of God, and that's hell. And of course, there are the external punishments with that, but that's the deepest punishment, is that I can't see the face of God. And because Satan can't see the face of God, one more soul will never be enough for him. He sees the image of God in every single human being, and he clamors to bring down that image into hell with him so that he doesn't feel alone anymore. The loneliness he has chosen. And yet, it's never enough for him because he can never see that face. That face that gazed upon you before you were ever even born. That face that breathed life into your lungs. That looked upon you when you were a baby, when you were a child, when you were a young adult, and when you became a man. It will look upon you at the hour of death. That same face looks upon you now, and Satan will never be able to see that face again. And he hates you for it, because he knows you can. He knows that God is looking down on you right now, and he loves his son. And the fact that you have the ability to look at the face of God and be with him one day tears Satan apart, because he's chosen his fate. That's the real jealousy of Satan. That's the real hatred that he has for you. He knows you can see the face of God, and he can't. So I just want to see his face. That's all it's ever been about. I just want to see his face. All this stuff online, when people make the jokes and it's like it's like the Apu memes, it's like the Pepe Apu memes. It's like the, Apu, and he's like the cute little, Pepe figure or whatever, and he's like doing something. It's like either him staring at the sunset and there's like pee in his pants or something. We love those images. They're cute. They're funny. Right? We love those images. Right? Everyone always captions those with "everything is fake and gay." And it's a very sophomoric way to put things. But it's actually a more sophomoric and maybe even a little bit of vulgar reflection of vanity of vanities. All things are vanity. This is all vanity. All of this, social media, the internet, all of this is vanity. And it's tough because I know that I have to use this platform because this is just the way people reach people anymore. But at the same time, it's like, I think all of us feel this sort of pervading sadness of like, this isn't real. This isn't real at the end of the day. God is. He's the only real thing. And it's tough because you know that, and yet, you know, things like social media or these distractions kind of around us in our noisy world just keep drawing you in, right? They keep bringing you in. They keep, you know, kind of bringing you in over and over and over again. And yet, you know intuitively that the only thing that can offer you any pause, any real peace in this world is God. Chris sent $10. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that. Let's read your message. Oh gosh, I got to update the events. Here we go. There we go. Pine Sap, I hope you're doing well. I am, brother. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. As a former atheist, coming to God and the Catholic Church has been the best thing to ever happen. My life finally has meaning. It does, man. And it always will. You know, there will be good days and there will be bad days, right? In your walk with God. And there will be days where it's sunshine and rainbows. It's amazing. And there will be days when it's hard. But the thing is that what you will always have, no matter whether it's good or bad or good, is you'll always have that meaning. And that's something that no one can ever take away from you. And that's significant, dude. I mean, that's everything. It's funny. It's like the answer to life and the human condition and all these things that we stay up with and we just ask why. It's so complex. There's so many moving parts that you almost look like schizophrenic when you try to explain. I mean, when we were talking about the Kabbalah bracelets and stuff like that and how that's trying to get us off the beaten path to salvation by attacking the papal office so that we don't live as devout Catholics in order, you know, that's very complex stuff. You look like a schizo when you're talking about it. People look at you like you got two heads, right? But at really sort of the end of the day, as almost a sign of contradiction, the answer is also so simple too. It's really not that complex. God is and God loves you. Because he is his love. He is love. It's just that simple. You know, you don't need to be when I say internet crusader, I don't mean in like the LARPy way. You don't need to be an internet crusader, you know, going on threads on 4chan, reading about, you know, the real history behind everything or anything along those lines. To know this, you could have no internet access. You could never know, you know, who's running everything, who's running the show down here, you know, who's controlling everything. You could never know all that information. And if you still had God, you would have everything. And I think that's the one thing that always needs to stick out to us is if you have God, you have everything. And no matter what, if you have God, nothing can separate you from that love, man. Because it is everything. Man, I'm beat. That was an emotional roller coaster. It always is though when we stream, man. That's just how I live my life. I'm a passionate man. I'm a passionate man. It's that French in me. So I guess I'll open the floor to any questions you guys have in chat or something like that. But if not, I probably will let it go here for the night because we've been going for, 4 hours, man. That's been a long time. We've been doing a good job. WSAP, thank you, Mago. I appreciate it, man. That means a lot to me. Dude, let's go. I got some stuff arriving tomorrow. We're so back. I got some Roberto De Mattei books arriving tomorrow. I'm really excited for that. W Sappy, thank you, Haddix. Anno Domini W, 3 hours in, you're bound to get some deep sap. That's so true. That's so true. I mean, it's just like, even humor has a purpose to it. You know what I mean? We tend to think of like humor as like the opposite of being deep, but like it really isn't. You know what I mean? It's really one of those things where I think humor is such a deep expression of like the joy that God fills us with, and it's like it's invocative of like a deeper impulse within us. Like it's invocative of like a deeper truth that we know. You know what I mean? So even when we're silly, we're serious. I think that's kind of the beauty of it. I come from a Muslim family. I'm from a Muslim country. Pine Sap and his content have truly and sincerely brought me closer to God and his church. W. Pine Sap. God bless you, Aris. That really matters a lot to me, man. It was incredible. Love you, man. I love you too, brother, and I'll be praying for you. I know it's tough being in a Muslim country, wanting to be Catholic, man. I mean, it's tough. It's tough, but you're going to get through it. And the people that are persecuted the most for the sake of Christ and have to take the most steps in order to love him and live for him, that's dear to his heart, man. You know, I like every suffering you might experience in your Catholic journey. Like, I know it's going to be tough being in a Muslim country, but like, it's just going to bring you closer to him. You know, that purgation we all have to go through. Very well, much of the suffering that you experience may expiate a lot of the suffering you would otherwise suffer for your sins in purgatory just through that suffering. And so you're united to the cross, man, no matter what. That's what's beautiful about it. The news, don't mean to bother you, Pine Sap, but would you kindly make your post calling for people to pray for him? Is that Bellarmite? Or are you talking about someone else? If it's Bellarmite, could you just text me? Are you on X? Can you text me that so I remember? I will happily make that post for him. I would love to pray for him. He's a really good kid, and I'm sad to see him struggling so much. But I want him to know that he's loved and that God always has a place for him, and he can always come back. No matter what. Pine Sap in chat, would you pray for me? Magnus Gamer says, I find myself struggling with specific things and always find myself saying the same things at confession to the point where I almost feel embarrassed to go sometimes. Absolutely, Magnus. We'll pray for you, man. How do you interpret the verse where our Lord tells the people to listen to the Pharisees but not to imitate their wicked ways? So some things about what they said about Moses were true. And, Jesus was really sort of trying to illustrate that he wanted his followers to listen to when they said, true things about the Old Testament and good things about the Old Testament, and follow those things because those things were true within themselves, but not live as they do. Because part of the thing was that, they would maybe say these wonderful things about Moses or Abraham or Isaac, Jacob, all the prophets and patriarchs, but then they wouldn't live in a way that was honoring him, honoring their memory, honoring what they had taught us from God. And that's what Jesus was trying to tell us in that moment. And it was to be used as a type for our kind of obedience in the church. There's bad bishops that we have. There's bishops that just completely suck and like are not good shepherds at all. But we can't let ourselves fall into hatred for our hierarchs just because they may fail in our duty. We have to pray for them. And when they say something that is true, we have to obey and listen to them. Now, if they're teaching heresy or what have you, of course, don't obey them. But if they are saying something that's true, obey them as you would obey the Lord, because even if there's pain in that obedience, if what they're commanding is not contrary to the will of God, it can become an instrument for your salvation and show that you were ultimately obedient to Jesus Christ and willing to suffer for him, even at the hands of someone who really doesn't deserve your obedience. Zirconium said, I can't see Christ in my life most of the time. With that in mind, is there a prayer that goes too far, like asking for a sign? Don't ask for signs and wonders. And I say that not because God doesn't not necessarily not want to give you those things. Maybe he will. I can't say. But what God wants to do is be a constant presence in your life. And sometimes that's not going to include signs and wonders. A saint I would highly recommend that you read Zirconium is St. John of the Cross. And St. John of the Cross talks about how, when we make our spiritual life based on like consolations that we may experience in prayer, or we may make it based on sort of the comfort that we feel if we pray a certain prayer, maybe praying the rosary or what have you, and the comfort that brings us, we're going to have a very deep and shallow faith. And so I would highly recommend you read him, because he goes into how to have a strong faith that's not based on needing signs and wonders. That's not based on needing, hearing God in like your left ear, right? One moment you're praying or feeling a certain presence, but rather it's a deeper faith. It's a faith that goes beyond that. It's a faith that's so deep that it doesn't even need that. And I think he would be exactly the theologian that would help you in this trying time in your life. And I will pray for you too, my brother, so that you may be able to just know how much God loves you and how much he's a presence in your life. So everyone, please pray for Zirconium too. I know that is a hard thing to deal with. I think the story of Saint Mother Teresa too may very well help you, my brother. I mean, she didn't feel, God in her life for 50 years, even though she was going to mass and she was a celebrated figure across the entire world. Entire shows were made about her and documentaries, and yet she couldn't even feel the presence of God for most of her life, yet she still lived for him, and she's exalted in heaven now as one of the saints. I mean, that's beautiful, So that's what running the race is. I mean, St. Paul talks about it in Hebrews, but like that's what running the race is. That's the cloud of witnesses that prays for us. She's praying for you right now. She's praying for us right now, That's beautiful, man. Something that disgusts me is people on Twitter calling themselves Wootersians and completely twisting St. Andrew Wooter's story. They're doing some like weird gooner side B Christian shit. That's disgusting. That's such blasphemy of the saints. I hate when people make their entire identity based on being like, I'm this sexual degenerate, but I'm struggling and wrestling with my walk with. Just stop, okay? Just stop, man. We all struggle with sins. We all have sins. You're making your sin your identity. That's just disgusting. Like you need to move past it. That's what God wants for you. He wants you to move past it. He doesn't want you to indulge in this like weird, like self-indulgence, self-absorption, like just sensuality. It's gross. It's very like, if you're a man, it's effeminate, and if you're a woman, it's narcissistic, is what it is. Sap, will you ever do a stream on postmodernism? Yeah, I would need to learn more about it, but I would love to do one on postmodernism. That would be a good stream topic. What can we learn from the story of Jesus and the Canaanite woman? I think what we could learn from the story of Jesus and the Canaanite woman is that essentially, right? Sorry, I'm just reading the verses again so I can accurately talk about it. Okay. Jesus was testing her. It's not that Jesus really regarded her as a dog, right? Or said, oh, you're a dog. I don't want to have anything to do with you. It's that she was having her faith tested in order that her love for him could be proved all the more real. And it was. And that's why at the very end in verse 28, this is NIV, it's just the first thing I Googled, but of course our Lord said to her, woman, you have great faith, your request is granted. And she was healed of her infirmaries, right? Jesus was sort of not actually calling her a dog in the way that he regarded her that way, but was trying to sort of, goad her on, right? We see this a lot in scripture where, Jesus asks Peter 3 times, do you love me? right? And he says, yes, Lord, I love you. Yes, Lord, I love you. God has this way of drawing us in closer. It's the question of our heart. It's not that initial, yeah, Jesus, I love you, right? It's that question of when someone's almost asking you kind of the deepest thing on your heart. Do you really love me? Are you really devoted to me? Are you really incorporated in me and I in you? And I think in this way, that's the kind of interaction that he is having with the Canaanite woman. Do you really love me? And despite all, she does. And so because of that, her great faith in the Lord saved her. That's everything. Sap tuned in after my young adults group Lectio Divina and do extremely powerful monologue about the love of God. I needed to hear it. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. God bless you, brother. Hey, God bless you too, Soperino. I really appreciate that, brother. The book about Bishop Luigi Carli, that is... Hold on. Let me get this book going. Fantastic book. Buy it. Deicide of the Second Vatican Council, Bishop Carli and the Declaration on the Jews. It's a fantastic book, and it really goes into how he defended the Orthodox teaching of Christ and of the church, and I think ultimately he prevailed, despite the challenges we find ourselves dealing with in kind of the post-conciliar era of people misunderstanding like the definition of anti-Semitism or what have you. I think the Holy Spirit worked through him, and I think ultimately, his defense and his love of God is what prevailed. So that's a great book to read. Definitely read that book. For me, it feels like St. Augustine calls me. I relate to him a lot. I think a lot of young men do. I think his journey of kind of, going into, youthful, almost immaturity and stuff like that we as young men deal with, especially like when we go off to college and stuff like that, I think is something that a lot of us can relate to. We get away from the Lord and we're like focused on women or partying or drugs or alcohol, or even just like the rhythm of life. Maybe it's not stuff as bad as that, as much as it is just like we get really invested in our classes or our career or education or whatever. That happens a lot too. And I think that his draw back to the Lord is something that a lot of us have experienced too. Like we realize just how much we need God. A more Amphibie asked, do you have a recommendation for saints to read or bishops to watch or listen to? Bishop Fulton Sheen for an inquiring Catholic. 2 years into learning about the faith. Definitely listen to Venerable Fulton Sheen. He's phenomenal. Listen to Bishop Barron. He is great. Father Mike Schmitz is wonderful. Gosh, who else would be a really good voice to listen to in terms of like clergy? Man, there's a lot of people online that I'm trying to remember. Father Gregory Pine is really good. I like Father Gregory Pine. Father Chad Ripperger, he's excellent. He would be a really high recommendation. Venerable Fulton Sheen, that was a good name you brought up though, definitely. And for saints to recommend, oh my goodness, dude, it's like take your pick. I mean, you just got, I would say read a saint whose story or writings or spirituality kind of relates the most to you or where you're at in your life. I think that's what really helped me, because we're all starting from different places and all, operating in different ways. Look into the backgrounds of the saints, like what drew them to the faith, what inspired them to become a great saint. And generally that person is probably who you should be reading or learning more about, because you see yourself in their life story. And I think that will draw you, like further into the faith as a result. Peen, what the heck? That's crazy. Feel a deep attachment to St. Hilary of Poitiers myself. So true, dude. I'd send you a good book on postmodernism. Please do. That sounds great. I would say he was addressing the prejudice Israelites held against her people. I would agree with that too, actually. I think he was also challenging the prejudice that the Israelites had towards the Canaanites and showing that, whether Greek or Jew, free or slave, we are all one in Christ, right? And that's important. Sorry, my nose is a little stuffy from the snot, from the getting choked up over here, right? It happens, man. I can't hold it back sometimes. Can you please pray that I can get another car so that I can go to church reliably? My old one was a foo bar and I couldn't drive it. Absolutely, Vincent. We'll pray for you, okay? We'll definitely pray for you. Bishop Williamson, God rest his soul. Yeah, Bishop Williamson is goated too. Just don't, his Vatican II stuff is a little but besides that, he's great on everything else. Just when you listen to him, keep in mind he didn't have the best view of Vatican II, which is not good, but everything else is solid. Read the homilies of St. John Newman. Very good suggestion. St. John Newman is definitely slept on. Father Mark Goering is great. Carl, apparently you should listen to Carl too. Yeah, Father Mark Goering is great too. Listen to him. I came back to the Catholic faith after 10 years of being an atheist. I used to live a degenerate life years ago. I thank the Lord for bringing me back. Well, God bless you, Lewis. We're so glad that you're back, man. Glory be to God. That's amazing. It's always wonderful to hear when people come back, man. That's what we want to see. We want to see souls being saved and people coming back to the cross. Pine Sap Secret Lover TPUSA sent $2. Thank you. Let's see. Never forget what happened when you're created. Quote, and God saw that it was good. Oh, and then sent that twice. I hope you didn't mean to send that twice, but thank you for the $4. That means a lot. That's huge. That is so huge, bro. We're so back. Man, $410. You guys are amazing, bro. I like, even when I have a stream and even when I make $0, that's fine. Like, who cares, right? But I mean, like, even when I get sent like $5 from you guys or whatever, it means a lot to me. It really helps out a lot. I really appreciate it. On a lighter note, who do you prefer the most and why? St. Robert Bellarmine, St. Peter Canisius, St. Francis de Sales, Francisco Suarez, or Johann Eck? Oh man, dude, that's like a tough lineup. That's actually like kind of tough. St. Peter Canisius goes off in some of his quotes, bro. He goes, like, the way he talks about heresy and stuff like that is just so like on deck. And St. Francis de Sales has such a great transcendental argument for not only God's existence, but the transcendental argument for the church as well, which I use all the time. So, he's like the foundation of my apologetics. I would maybe need to just say St. Robert Bellarmine only on the technicality that his work, covering like objections to the papacy and the church is so systematic. It's just like, you could probably read him and be like good for the rest of your life. So he's just such a like thorough theologian. I love his work and stuff like that. He's amazing. So it's a very, very tough call, but I'll say St. Robert Bellarmine, but it's like a very close call on that. Okay, I'll check all of them out. Thank you for being steadfast and bold. It was so inspiring for so many. All it takes is to see goodness in this fallen world. So true, man. I appreciate that. Listen to Pine Sap. Dude, I'm just a chud. Don't listen to chuds like me. Listen to the goats, right? You don't want to listen to a chud like me, okay? Listen to the goats. Father Chris Alar, how could I forget, dude? Yeah, Father Chris Alar is amazing. He's one of the best priests on YouTube. Do you prefer monarchy over Catholic theocracy, and if so, why? No. Here's the thing with like monarchy. I'm gonna be just so for real for a moment, like, especially in like America or whatever. It like that whole idea is completely LARPy because it's like we don't have like a history of monarchy. If we were to have a monarchy here, it would be like a completely foreign system, I think, to the American mind. We definitely like have kind of a Republican mindset, and so I think in that way, we would almost, I think the most ideal situation would almost be like a modern recreation of like the Roman Republic, where it's like you have a strong Caesar type figure, but you could still vote on senators and still be represented in Congress or what have you. You just have a stronger executive branch to kind of get everything underway. But a monarchy in America is not workable. In France, I think they could bring the monarchy back and it could be very effective. I think in England they could. I think in most European countries they definitely could because it's intuitive to the soul of that people. But in America, we just have never been that way. So I think for us, we need a Caesar, right? It's like Oswald Spengler writing about, the Caesar kind of coming to reclaim what was lost in kind of the civilizational decline. It's like we need that for America, I think. Chat, who is that? We had a mass for Catholic Schools Week today on the Feast of St. Thomas Aquinas. That's so awesome. Chat, who is that priest who was had great homilies but died in a car crash? Father Mark Beard. He is fantastic too. You should definitely listen to him. This is just getting sad. Nietzsche is right. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, man. I'll pray for you, okay? Let's see here. We will be a Habsburg monarchy and there's nothing you can do about it. Bro, I just, how would that even work? Like, people say that, but then it's like, oh, I'm going to get Baron von Nipplebottom to be the American monarch. And he's never lived in this country. He doesn't understand its culture, but it's just all going to work out. It's like, no, that's just not how things work, man. Like, you know, it's just not intuitive to like the soul of our people. You know what I mean? I like, look, conceivably it could work. I'm no enemy to it, but I think a lot of people online get like way too wrapped up in monarchy, and it's like, just focus on being a political realist. It's like, focus on being like making our goals achievable within the reality of the current political system we live in. You know what I mean? I don't mean becoming like cucked in your outlook. I mean, see about how you can try and make our political goals effective given the situation we live in. You know what I mean? Do you think instead of monarchy, it'll probably be a change in the way we vote? I definitely think so. I think it'll be a stronger executive branch. I think it'll be a stronger executive branch that we need to kind of rise up in order to kind of clean things up. Because that's the only way we're going to like clean up this country. It can't be like, you know, this constant intrigue and lobbying and kind of the control that the courts and Congress currently has. It needs to be like a strong executive figure. Maybe even kind of a dictatorial figure, for lack of a better term. I have abandoned God, the Red Snake said. Well, you can always come back, man. It's never too late. It's never too late, dude. You know, never say like, I've abandoned God and it's this definitive thing that can never change. I mean, what did we say this entire stream? Like, God is always calling out to you, where are you, right? And all you have to say here I am, Lord. You know, he's always willing to forgive you, man. Like, no matter what you do in your life, like, there's never going to be anything that you do and he says, oh, well, I'm sorry. You know, I forgave you for all this and I literally sent my only son to die for you. But bro, I'm sorry. That was too much. I can't forgive you on that. It's like, he's always looking for you to come back to him and be reconciled with him. Never give up on him, man. You know, he loves you, dude. He wouldn't have died for you if he didn't love you. I can see this country evolve into a strong leader with a strong executive branch. Call it a monarch, president, or dictator. It's probably what will happen. Yeah, I see the same too. That's the only way we're going to fix everything. Because I don't think we're going to like, I don't think we're going to get it through like congressional takeovers are the way we get to that, the strong executive branch. But like, you're not going to have like a sucky, weak president, but then like a strong Congress. You know what I mean? It's like, you need a single leader. Like, human beings are inherently monarchical in the sense that we center around one leader, and that's kind of what we need. You know what I mean? I've also found myself a lapse in recent months. Come back, man. He always wants you, bro. Did you watch that David movie? What did you think about it? I saw some clips. That one clip of where he takes down Goliath actually goes pretty hard. I'm not going to lie. Some people were saying it was like an anti-white thing. I think that's like reading way too deep into it, bro. I think his skin was only white because it was kind of like when, you know, Mad Max made those like guys who like ride on the cars, like their skin's fully white. They're like kind of almost albino. I think it was something like that. I don't think it was like an anti-white thing. I think that's reading way too much into it. It's literally like that guy on Twitter who was like, The Rainbow Fish is the most evil book ever made. Are we dead ass right now, bro? The Rainbow Fish is an evil book. It's a book about sharing. It's not a book about the Rothschilds, bro. It's about communism and giving too much away. No, I think it's just about a fish sharing. Not everything is this like grand. That's the other thing with the whole conspiratard thing. It's like, not everything is this grand conspiracy. It's like, it's literally just a book about sharing and like being nice to other people. It's not that deep, man. It's like oh my goodness. And then the other thing I was remembering too that I forgot to talk about, that Scotty K fitness guy. Dude, fuck that guy. That guy is so evil. It's literally that like wholesome Chungus, like, yeah, I lift, bro. Let's see if we can find the clip of him. Hold on, I want to see this. I want to see if I can find this. It's literally that guy who's like doing the whole like, yeah, I'm so you're a fat fuck and need to go to the gym, and then he's like insert random cursing and then like weird homo, like they always do the same thing. It's like weird like homoerotic humor and then like excessive cursing, and then he's like, okay, F getting political, but it was like mad messed up what happened with what's his name? Preety, that guy, right? It was just mad messed up. And that's not a political point. It's like, yeah, sure, pal. Not a political point, by the way. I get so tired of these like try hard, heckin' wholesome good guy squad dudes who just like literally, they're all the same. It's like, there was some BAP guy who I don't even like, but he actually did make a really good point about like, this dude has to be on testosterone, because there's no way that you can be like this low T in your outlook and worldview and at the same time like have enough testosterone to develop like any muscle. That's just ridiculous. Let's literally like look at this. Let's literally look at the video of this fucking guy, bro. He is so like insanely cringe. It makes me want to die. You'll see exactly what I mean about the humor. It's like the lay epic random. I mean, I think in this one wearing literally a Rick and Morty shirt. It's like, it could not be more on the nose for this type of dude. And I'm so fucking tired of these like hick lib lifter types. Like, you could be America's strongman, and just because of how spiritually weak you are, you will never be strong. You will never be strong, right? You will never be strong. Here's the thing. You could lift till the day you die and juice and do all that stuff, and you are so spiritually weak. I am not... Do you think I'm intimidated by this guy? This guy could come up to me at the bar, literally try to press me and get in a fight with me, and I would just fucking laugh at this dude. It's not even because of his height. It's not even because of like, I mean, he's like 5'4" and I'm like 6'3". I mean, that's, already, it's like I'm talking to John Doyle again. But like, on top of that, right? On top of that, it's one of those things where it's like, you are so spiritually weak, I will never be intimidated by you. I will like, if you believe in any of these kinds of politics, you are so spiritually cucked that you will never look cool, that you will never be tough. I will never look at a guy like this and be intimidated. He could have muscles upon muscles and it would not matter, bro. Also, I got sent $50, two $50 donations from Tiger Shark, 100. Damn, dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I just want God. Yes, that. Orthodoxy is refreshing, but institutional cowardice prevents the attraction of more high-quality young men. Still, there is much good, and my children see their father is serious in their faith. Bless you, brother. Hey, God bless you, Tiger Shark. That really means a lot to me. I mean, that's why we got to be good Catholics, man. I mean, yeah, there's weak bishops out there. There's weak Catholics, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's all the more why we have to be masculine and we have to be tough and we have to radiate the goodness of God. Let's watch this guy. Oh, wait, why is it so fucking quiet, dude? Hold on. I think I got to put the sound mixer up. That's the one thing my computer does sometimes. Like the sound mixer will like go down in and how I can hear it. And so like I can't think.
I need to eat more protein. I need to eat more protein, but I'm a lazy piece of shit. Fuck! We're making spicy chicken quesadillas. Pay attention. 224 grams.
Like, what the fuck is that, dude? Just, yeah, I'm randomly, look, I'm randomly just, shaking because I'm flexing or something. Like, what kind of fucking humor is that, dude?
Of this chicken in the air fryer. Cook these at 330 degrees Fahrenheit for 14 minutes. Get a cutting board. Dice up 40.
Fallout 4 fan. Do I need to say anything more? Oh, wait, is my mic cutting out? Hold on. Okay, we're good now. Do I need to say anything more? Fallout 4 fan. That should say everything you need to know about this guy. Fallout 4 fan. Dude, don't get me wrong. I kind of liked Fallout 4 a little bit. It wasn't like the worst game ever. It wasn't the best either. But like, the Fallout 4 fans are like so prototypical. It's like they watch the Fallout show and they think it's like peak cinema. And it's like the cheesiest, corniest action scene I've ever seen. It's every single like action movie or every single action show has been totally like Deadpoolified. You know what I mean? It's all Deadpool. It's all, heckin' get punched in the face, bad guy. We're the anti-bad guy squad. We're the anti-bad guy squad, and we punch Nazis in the face. Are you a Nazi? We're punching you in the face. It's like, that's what all this shit is. It's like over-the-top violence. It's like completely unrealistic, like acrobatics and action and stuff like that. It's so ridiculous. It's corny. It's literally goy circus. That's what it is. It's goy circuses. It's so you can watch and be like, yeah, look, the strong independent woman, she did the like backflip and did this and did. Just stop, dude. You're trying too hard. You're doing too much.
50 grams of jalapenos in the bowl. Get another fucking bowl. Make the sauce. 150 grams.
Look, I'm doing this make this. What are we talking about, bro? What?
Grams of a non-fat Greek yogurt. Yes, it's great value. It's not that serious. In the bowl. Ranch seasoning. Lemon juice. Onion powder. Pepper. Buffalo sauce. In the bowl. Fucking mix it. Take your chicken out of the air fryer. Stop. You violated the law.
Great. And we have to put in the video game reference too. Guys, remember the video game we all played? Stop. You violated the... Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, what is this? How do millennials not see this? And is there just no self-awareness with that generation? That's the thing. You know, like boomers and stuff like that are always like, oh, you Gen Zers and your pronouns. Excuse me, the Zevi is making me burpy. You know, you Gen Zers and your pronouns and your safe spaces and stuff like that. How about millennials, bro? Millennials literally go out of their way to like make like out-of-date pop culture references that, yeah, we've all heard. Oh, stop, you violated the law. What is that from, Skyrim? Okay, how old is Skyrim? Skyrim came out in 2012. Okay, that's 13 years ago, dude. Time to get a new bit. So we're making out-of-date video game references. Of course, this guy has a, freaking fake sword in his house. Of course, right? He probably doesn't even own his house. Maybe he does. If he does, good for him, I guess. I mean, he's so old that he probably was able to buy it before BlackRock was buying up all the, property yet. But he's got the novelty sword from whatever like fantasy universe he follows. He's making out-of-date video game references. He's doing like lay epic random humor of just him like shirtless doing like homoerotic poses. It's like, what are we doing, dude? Really? Like, this isn't fun. Who is this funny for? Who is this funny to? Vincent said in chat, owning swords is millennial coded. Yeah, when are you going to use a sword, bro? swords are not used in combat anymore. Unless you're like doing fencing, like you're doing competitive fencing. If you own a sword, bro, time to pack up the toys, okay? Go put it back with the Legos where it belongs. You're an adult male. It's time to be focused on like adult male stuff. This is like childish, like things of a child type cringecore, bro. I'm not into this. This is so millennial coded.
Dice your chicken. Get a pan. Get a low-calorie tortilla option. I'm using this one for the macros. The keto diet is fucking stupid. Medical exemptions apply. Add your chicken. I forgot the fucking cheese. 56 grams of a fat-free cheese.
That tastes weird.
Shut up. Add your jalapenos in the pan. Fucking cook it. While that cooks...
Why? Did we need that? Did I need to see that? No, dude. That's not funny. And you're honestly not that jacked either. This guy is probably on all kinds of roids and he still looks like that. He looks like he's like barely kind of natty. And when I say natty, even that's being nice. Like, you don't have that incredible of a physique, dude. I'm going to be real.
Clean up your mess. Seriously, fuck V-Shred.
What's wrong with his legs, too? I don't even do legs that often. My legs look better than that, bro. What is wrong? Bro's like doing like twig legs over there. Is that just like genetics or something? I mean, you gotta focus on your squats or something, man. That looks terrible.
Hurry up. Here are the macros.
Now, I'll be honest. Looks good. That looks bomb. We didn't need all the theatrics with it is the thing. Just make a normal ass cooking video, bro. Like, I'm sure that's a good recipe and stuff like that. I don't doubt it actually looks pretty good, right? He didn't add any like weird like vegan stuff or whatever. It's probably pretty decent. But why are we doing all the weird theatrics? Why are we doing all the like, weird, like over the top, like, here's me shirtless posing in a certain way. And here's the video game reference. Just make the fucking video, dude. Okay. I put the, chicken quesadilla in the bag, little bro. Put the spicy chicken quesadilla in the bag. I do not need the bad humor. I do not need the millennial humor. This isn't Comedy Central from 10 years ago, bro.
Let's give it a try. 9.6 out of 10. The hardest step to take is the first one. Fear is a mile wide and an inch deep. Trust yourself. You're not going to drown. I believe in you.
It's so bad too. He like made like other videos. It's like a bro check-in. And also the bro check-in happens during Pride Month. So make sure you're being extra super nice to your gate. Like, stop. Dude, you're just doing too much. How do these people like get out of bed in the morning? Like, if I made something ever that cringe, I would just log off forever. If I made something that painfully bad, I would literally just delete all my accounts. Who is that inspiring to? I think someone said it on like X or whatever, but it's like that is inspiring to like 40-year-old cat ladies, like unmarried cat ladies who are like on SSRIs. Like, I can't think of a single young man that would watch that video and be like, you know what, Scotty K, man? Before, here I thought that my life was complete, that I had everything I could ever want. What I really needed was a, older millennial man who's clearly taking roids because he doesn't have enough natural testosterone to even be remotely muscular to, give me like Big Brother advice. He made some other video about, he's like, I didn't have a dad to grow up to, show me how to shave. Let's talk about it. Anytime someone says, let's talk about it, I'm like, let's not talk about it, actually. Shut down the video, you're done. It's like when you were in, we were talking about like ABC, I still have it up here on my screen. We were talking about like ABC Mouse and like educational things. Remember when you were in like elementary school and you were in the comp sci lab, you were in the computer science lab, and your teacher saw that you're like playing cool math games or you're playing like Happy Wheels on like the unbanned website, and they were like, it's time for you to log off. I need you to log off for me. That's these people. If you say, let's talk about it in your video, I'm going to need you to log off for me. You're done, buddy. No more internet access for you. You've done too much. You've hit a level of coal I did not think imaginable. The height of the Soviet Union could not produce the level of coal that you're making right now, dude. I need you to log off for me. You're doing too much. I don't know, man. Like, some of these people honestly feel like cartoon characters. You know what I mean? Like, they're so unbelievably cringe. I almost think it's like, are they doing a bit? Like, is Scotty K gonna like release a video one day on his Instagram Reels and it's gonna be like, hey guys, you know, that was like a character I was playing. It's like that Damien Soylash guy where it's like everyone thinks he's being legit, but he's like actually just a really funny actor, right? He's not being serious at all, but he's like really good at like playing the like woke, you know, the woke millennial liberal kind of look or whatever. He's great at it. He takes so many people like along for a ride, right? Is that what this is? Is this like a Damien Soylash thing? Is this like I'm gonna see him and he's gonna be like, guys, you know, I'm actually just like a normal family man. I just thought it would be like really funny to play this like absolutely like cringe, like you get stage 4 cringe just from my videos millennial who makes out-of-date pop culture references. You know, I thought it would be so funny. I thought it'd be so funny. I really got you guys good. I'm waiting for that video to drop because if this is how he is, bro, imagine living every single day of your life like that. Imagine literally waking up and thinking, you know what? I'm going to do this try hard video where I make like the most unfunny jokes in the entire world. And nobody below the age of 35 is going to find this worth laughing at. That's unbelievable, bro. He also doxes people too. Yeah, he literally doxed some guy who made this like kind of honestly like inconsequential comment in his comment section, went on his TikTok and then proceeded to dox him to the entire internet in an attempt to ruin his life. And I'm like, you are such a sensitive little girl, bro. You're supposed to be this like jacked guy and you're this like sensitive little girl. You got pressed by a comment and he's like, I used to be a bounty hunter. I don't know who the fuck was scared of you, bro. You are not scary or intimidating at all. I mean, not only are you 5'4", which look, there's some short guys that can be intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. But not only are you 5'4", you are the most effeminate guy I've ever seen. The most try-hard, like, you know what real men do? This is always the stuff that they do. You know, real men respect pronouns. Real men respect a woman's life right to choose, okay? Hey, it's her responsibility, not yours, buddy. Her body, her choice. You think you're tough? Imagine carrying a baby for 9 months. Like, get out of here, dude. And bro, have you guys seen his wife too? You seen his wife? I was scrolling on his TikTok because I was like, I need to see what this guy is all about. There is no reason to ever humiliate yourself for a woman like that. There's never an excuse for it. But I would at least understand it more if his wife was like a supermodel or like kind of a really like, you know, beautiful young lady or something like I wouldn't excuse it, but I'd be like, I understand what his impulse is. His wife is like the most she is like a chopped millennial Karen. She's the most chopped woman I have ever seen. Like, bro is not even being a performative male for a girl that is like that hot. Like, there is no excuse to be a performative male. At all. None. But the kind of girl he decided to marry, it's like, dude, she's like a 4 out of 10. Like, she's like a 4. And you're doing all this and doing all all these like self-humiliating and self-deracinating things for like a 4 out of 10. I mean, let me see if I can find her. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Okay, literally, if you look up, I'm not even kidding. If you try to Google his name, the first thing that comes up is doxing because he's so notorious for that. That is insane, bro. That is crazy. You guys aren't going to believe this. Are you guys ready for the performative male final boss? This is him.
I love you like the mountains, loves the way the morning opens, too soft and bright, greeting from the sun. So if it make you stay, then I love you like the mountains.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning on my wife's birthday, so I went and bought every rose that I could find and some happy birthday balloons.
Do I get a kiss too?
I went and bought happy birthday.
Take these to a nursing home in the mountains.
Yeah. Oh, that's super fun.
Don't look at the way.
Happy birthday! It's your birthday!
It's 8 o'clock in the morning on my wife's birthday, so I
He gave up all his masculinity, all his vril, all his energy, all his manly, like somewhere in that husk of a man was once a young man with dreams, with aspirations, with hopes and dreams and desires. And he gave that all up for her. Vincent said, bro looks better than his wife. I know. Like, this guy, if there was some like normal girl that said this guy is chopped, she would be completely vindicated in saying that. He is. He is a beta male. He is a complete beta male. It doesn't matter how much he lifts. It's like spiritually he is a beta male. He will always be that until he has a deep interior change. He still looks better than his wife. That is insane. He still looks better than his wife. I mean, I just don't have the words for it, bro. I really, like, it's beyond parody. Like, these people are not real. I've got to be like, I've got to be in the Truman Show, bro. This is like unreal that there's people like this that like actually exist. This is the shaving video I was talking about.
What's up, kid? Mind if we talk? I didn't have a dad to teach me how to shave growing up. Let's talk about it. I've got like 8 things. Is that cool? Cool. Number 1, let's start by grabbing everything we need. Shaving cream, towel, aftershave, soap, and of course, a razor. Let's get a new one. Step 2, wash your face.
You don't need aftershave. You know how I shave? I literally lather up my face. I get my face nice and hot in the shower because I always take hot showers. I use my like shaving. It's like this nice, like kind of brown shaving cream. I forget the brand actually. It might be I think it's Dr. Bronner's. I think Dr. Bronner's makes a shaving cream. I get that on. I've got like a little mirror that like hangs up on the wall. Shave my face and I'm done. These guys try to like, I understand that it's like your dad teaching you how to shave like is in many ways like a rite of passage because it's like you're just turning a young man. You're starting to grow facial hair and stuff like that. It's not that hard, bro. Like if you really like don't know how to shave, it's like, I don't know. If he was a masculine guy and he wasn't a performative male, I would think that this is very heartwarming. Like you're teaching like a guy who maybe didn't grow up without a dad or whatever to shave. And it's not so much that it's like he can't learn how to shave as much as it's like, hey, there's like, there's this older authority figure, like masculine authority figure looking out for you, bro. I remember hearing a story like years ago of like some guy who like didn't grow up with a dad, and his entire YouTube channel was like devoted to just showing like young men who were also in a similar position, like how to do like things your dad would normally show you. I thought that was adorable. I thought that was cute and a really good message. It's like, how many guys like, maybe need help like learning how to mow the lawn or something like that. There's some young kid just trying to like develop into a young man. But the fact that he's like this cringe millennial who doesn't have anything to offer himself, let alone to offer anyone else, we don't need to hear about you like shaving, dude. We don't need to see a shaving tutorial from you.
You may spend a long time wondering what kind of man you're supposed to be without a father to guide you. And that's okay. Number 3, put on your shaving cream. You can find your own path through life, buddy. It's just going to take a lot of trial and error to find out who you really are. Number 4, heat your razor in the water.
It's just going to take a lot of trial and error. What I want you to do, get in the military. Get in the military and fight for Zog for at least 5 years. Fight for Zog for 5 years, and then get yourself a fat, ugly wife who ball busts you every single day. And you're going to become a performative male for her. But here's the thing. That's going to be good. Because you're a sexist, heterosexual male. You're a sexist, heterosexual, cis male. And this is what you deserve. This is the kind of guy who like tells you like, don't go to college. You just like rent a place with your friends. I remember, okay, quick little story. My senior year of high school, we all were forced to, as seniors, go to this like stupid, like it was like this post-grad presentation. And it was like all these kids who had like been in the graduating class, before us and stuff like that. And they had graduated from our high school and they went off to go do, things in the world. And like one of the kids was like a normal college kid, he was kind of like, just going through his degree. I think there was like another girl that was kind of, doing similar college. And then there was this guy, and he was Gen Z, but he was like the most millennial Gen Z guy I think I've ever encountered. He literally sat there and he was like, yeah, like I, went to college. Excuse me, blah, burping. Yeah, he's like, I went to college for like a semester, but then like I like dropped out and, just like rented a place, like just decided to like rent a place with my friends to like find myself for a year. Like I did a gap year. Yeah, I like did a gap year, and it just was like a great way to like, just like find myself and like, that's what you should do. Like your parents say that like you should get your life on track and like try to, make something of yourself. But no, I like rented and just like did a gap year to find myself. Oh, find yourself. So what you're telling me is you've probably found mid-art hoes, took them to your house every single night, banged them, got super drunk with your friends, probably smoked pot and did, ashwagandha or whatever it is, thought you were having these like really deep thoughts, these things you never thought of before. And like, it was like healing my trauma, dude. Like when I smoked my indica sativa blend that one time, it was like actually like healing my trauma, like with my dad, because, my dad was like so mean to me. He like wanted me to get a job and not be a loser. It's like that's what these people mean when they say find yourself, or like life's going to go through crazy roads. Yeah, life is a crazy road. And yeah, you are going to find yourself. Those statements are intuitively true, but like what they mean by that is like, no, dude, you're going to go to like the pot dealership and you're going to get like a nice indica sativa blend, and you're going to smoke that bowl and you're going to have like really deep thoughts like, What if the universe was like an egg? While you're working at McDonald's, by the way. Ayahuasca, not ashwagandha. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm such a chud. Not ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is the root that's like good for you. Or it's not the root, but it's like the plant used in supplements that's good for you. Sorry about that. Ayahuasca, not ashwagandha. I'm tired, so I'm equivocating terms, but you know what I mean. You guys know what I meant. Ayahuasca, right? This is how it goes with these people. It's like, you know, if they were saying find yourself, but then like the kind of life that they lived proved it's like, oh, like find yourself, like becoming a dad, you know, get maybe starting a business or at least having like a good career life. Like then if he was telling you to find yourself, I'd be like, oh, he means that like in the good way. But a guy like this, it's like we all know what he means. It means like smoking a bunch of drugs, having a lot of promiscuous sex, like just wasting your time till you're like, you wake up one day and you're 30 and you're still not married. You still have like no prospects of getting your life in check. And then you're trying to like, you know, figure out your life when it feels like it's kind of already too late, which, you know, your life isn't over when you're 30, but it's like, if you don't have at least some things figured out by then, it's like, clock's ticking, dude. I mean, come on. Like you need to lock in. Honestly, by the time you hit 25, it's like you really need to lock in because by that point, it's like life's catching up with you. You do need to figure stuff out. It doesn't mean that you need to be like married in the next year, but you need to start like be thinking along that track, like long-term versus short-term thinking. You know, when you're in your early 20s, like people will forgive you for, you should never be thinking short term, but people will forgive you for thinking short term because your brain's still developing. But by the time you're like my age, if you're still engaging in that type of thinking, you're a loser. And you need to start thinking like long term.
5. Hold your razor in your dominant hand. Start in the same spot every time. Shave with the grain. That's just a fancy way to say the direction that the hair grows. It's okay to feel lost. I did too for a long time. Number 6, be really careful.
And like I said, I would respect him saying all this stuff if he was like a better man. Like if he was a better man, I'd be like, okay, yeah, he's just giving life advice. And you know, I'm sure there's someone out there that needs that. I'm not just a hater. I'm not just, you know, hating to hate, but it's like, look at how this guy is. He has no advice to give. Dude, you need advice from other people. You're in no position to be giving advice to other people.
On the chin. It's where I cut my skin the most. You're doing a good job on your own, but it's never a bad idea to have some good role models. Number 7, trim up the mustache. You deserve to have a father. Everyone does. Except V-Shred. That guy really sucks. Number 8.
Oh, the joke that he puts in every single video. That's funny.
Your aftershave. A little bit goes a long way, and this helps with skin irritation. Now, this last part is the most important. It's okay to make mistakes. Your ability to make wise decisions comes from humbly learning from all of the mistakes you make early on. There are 2 types of men in this world. Men with a legacy to live up to, and men who have a legacy to build. I'm proud of you. Love yourself today.
Men who have a legacy to live. So listen, I'm going to ask you. You man enough to get pegged by your wife? Are you man enough for that? Are you man? Do you have a legacy to live up to? Are you man enough to sit in that cuck chair? No, I want to ask you. It's done. Time to stop being a little boy. Are you man enough to let your wife's boyfriend see her whenever she wants? Are you man enough for that? And you sit in that hotel cuck chair. You sit there and you deal with it like a man. Are you man enough for that? Because I don't think many of you are. I don't think many of you are ready to build that kind of legacy. That's crazy. Like I said, man, you know, people like this, they're not real. You know, they're a consequence of the internet and being raised on like blue ribbon culture. You know what I mean? And please just avoid all people like this. Don't listen to any advice that they have to say. Don't take any of their advice. Don't take any of it to heart. It's bad. You're going to have like a terrible life if you take any of their advice. These people have nothing to give you or nothing to offer you. You probably, if anything, should be giving them advice. And my first thing would be, dude, completely like accept Christ into your heart and completely change your worldview. Because this like fake tough guy stuff is not doing it. This is not doing it anymore. It's time to be an actual man. It's time to accept Christ into your heart and live how he wants you to live. Not this like fake tough guy, performative, like, listen, it's manly to sit in the cuck chair. It's manly to get pegged. Only a real man can handle that. Yeah, I'm sure. It's not it. It's not it. Definitely, don't take advice from people like this. Unironically, like if you are a guy who doesn't have a lot of male role models or whatever, the only two people I would really say, like in an internet context, I could confidently say take life advice from is like Nick and Sam. Nick and Sam Hyde are like the only two guys that I would say if you listened to them and legitimately took their life advice, you'd be better off for it. I can't say that with confidence with a lot of other people. Other people, it's like, even if they get some things right, it's like there's still enough that's missing or still enough that's off that is just like not a good idea. But those are the only two guys that I've ever genuinely listened to and come away from feeling like I learned something or I gained something. And I've always had very good role models in my life, that being said, right? But for a young guy who maybe doesn't have that, maybe didn't have a present father or even had an absent father, like those are the only two guys I would recommend listening to for like any kind of, advice in how to become a man and develop into a man. Who was that one therapist who wrote books explaining how people become homosexual? Oh gosh, I don't know actually. That's a good question. I'd have to look that up. That was super gay. I never want to see that again. Yeah, seriously. Use aftershave, use it right. Use it like Macaulay in Home Alone. So true, dude. Yeah, that scene's iconic. Yeah, who was it, guy? Scotty K Fitness. He's just this like lefty, like, try hard, hick lib YouTuber who's like got notorious because he like doxed some random guy for making fun of him in his comments, and he's just like a huge putz. It's completely ridiculous, man. I can't stand that dude. But anyhow, I think we've been going for long enough. I'm gonna let this go. Been going a long time, right? So I think it's time to tune out for tonight. We've been doing a good job. We've been going a long time, but it's time to rest. It's time to get some dinner and go to sleep soon and stuff like that. So guys, thank you for watching. I think this was one of the best streams. They always feel like they get better and better. Stay tuned for 6 p.m. next Saturday. For a new stream. I'm going to make, did I say Saturday? I didn't mean Saturday. Wednesday. Stay tuned next Wednesday for another stream. I'm going to make Wednesday my streaming day. I think that is a really good day. It's middle week. You guys get middle week content. It's before Nick, so we're not interfering with his show and stuff like that. And, there's going to be more content on the horizon. So God bless you guys. Thank you as usual.